head of the Charles commentator, and Natasha Kozak, head of the Charles winner, and coming from her hometown, Mississauga. So great for her to be joining us on the world stage. Now, we've already mentioned that this is a hybrid event, the first of its kind that World Rowing has ever run, and we've got a little bit of a teaser of what that's going to look like if you haven't already been tuning in to this morning's session.
The World Rowing Indoor Championships are coming to Canada. It's time to spin the wheels. The 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2, are being held at the Paramount Fine Food Centre in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. The event is staged as a hybrid competition. Participants are taking part in person in Mississauga, Toronto, or participating virtually from anywhere in the world. Virtual and in-person competitors are racing against one another in real time during the Indoor Championships on their Concept 2 indoor rowing machine. Using Time Team's home race software, the competitors are all virtually connected. While racing, competitors know their placing as their indoor rower is running in race mode. This allows them to see their position in a race on the rowing machine's monitor. Officials, lane judges, are monitoring every race to ensure races run fair, safely, and on time. There are 3 types of races competitors can enter. Individual distance races, either in person or virtual, over 500 meters or 2,000 meters. The relay races, also in person or virtual, where teams of 4 race over 2,000 meters. And finally, there is the World Rowing Versa Challenge, which is a new competition format. The competitors in this category complete 5 challenges on the indoor rowing machine over 2 days. But the catch? They don't know the challenges ahead of time. Competitors from 60 nations are registered to take part in the championships, with ages ranging from under 17 to over 80. The 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept 2, are an event where athletes can show their raw speed. Olympic champions and fitness enthusiasts alike are there to compete and spectate on some intense racing, all hoping to claim the title of a World Rowing Indoor Champion.
That's just a taster of what we've got to look forward to in this second session. If you weren't already tuning in this morning, we had some great action already. It looked a little bit like we just saw in the video there. But closest to the action, we've got our live reporter from Mississauga. Mike Arsenault is joining us on the ground there in the Paramount Fine Food Centre. Mike, what can you tell us about what's going on down there near Toronto, Canada?
Okay. Thank you very much, Camilla. We are ready for the Versa Challenge. 5 events coming up over the next 2 days to find out who is the best overall rower. It's not just about a 500-meter time or a 2,000-meter time. And here's a list of our competitors. We have 10 women and 8 men that will be competing in these 5 challenges over the next couple of days. It's going to be very exciting. We're going to start with a challenge that we all did back in high school, the beep test, but with a little bit of a twist. Camilla, back to you.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, lots to look forward to with the Versa Challenge. I personally am very excited for this very new format of competition. And Mike's given us just a teaser there with Challenge 1, the Beep Challenge, coming up in just a few moments' time. But I guess, Colleen, it would be great to hear from you. You know, the Versa Challenge, what are your thoughts on what's to come?
Yeah, Camilla, I am delighted to see how this unfolds over the weekend. As you've said, this is an all new event for World Rowing, and so that means that it's new for the athletes too, in terms of how the events, each challenge is revealed to them, how they prepare for these challenges, and we're so excited, I think, too, because it really represents the versatility of an athlete in terms of speed, pacing, the versatility of the events that they'll uncover over the weekend. So really excited to see this go underway, and it's a bit of a diversion from the traditional sort of 2,000-meter format. So Natasha, what are you looking forward to in this challenge?
I'm really looking forward to this settling some arguments, I think. Even we've seen the 2,000-meter races as opposed to the 500-meter races. We can be endurance athletes with like long periods of time, and we can have shorter periods of spurts and things like that. And there's been a long argument of what is the better rower, and this challenge is really here to prove that. So we have to be the best at everything in terms of versatility in order to win. And these athletes who are taking on this challenge are going to help us settle that argument, because they all have their own strengths, and we'll see which ones really shine through. So very excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and I think, it's one of those things where we don't know what's going to be thrown at us in a few of the challenges yet so far. It's been kept well under wraps by World Rowing. We've had a couple of the challenges thread through, but it could be speed, it could be endurance, it could be precision, it could be power. We just don't know. But one thing we do know is we've got a great explainer video, as we've talked a lot about the word Versa, but let's find out what it really is.
The World Rowing Versa Challenge is the newest competition format at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Over 2 days, 10 men and 10 women will race in 5 completely different indoor rowing challenges. This is a far cry from your classic 2,000-meter race. Versa athletes will have to race in formats that they have never tested before, and they need to be prepared to take on any indoor rowing challenge. The Versa will test all the skills and strengths required of indoor rowers. How is your endurance, your stamina, and your strength? How well can you control your stroke rate, your split, and your power output? Do you know how to strategize for any kind of workout just as well as you can react to a new situation in the heat of the moment? How quick are your transitions on and off a machine? Most athletes at an indoor rowing competition compete only once or twice in a weekend. The Versa athletes will take on 5 challenges for only 1 medal opportunity. Fans can expect to see more than just different distances in the Versa. Athletes will be competing in challenges that they can't even recreate on their rowing machines at home. Only 10 men and 10 women have qualified to take on the Versa, but only 1 man and 1 woman will be crowned the world's best indoor rower.
Well, some great live pictures of the atmosphere building there in Mississauga, ready in preparation for the Versa Challenge. And again, some great explainers as to how that Versa Challenge is going to work. But we've got the first challenge on the horizon. We'll be tuning into that in just a moment's time. And we're going to find out the beep test like you've never seen it before.
The first event in the World Rowing Versa Challenge is called Beep. Athletes will row the same distance 8 times, but will have less and less time to complete the distance each round. The goal of this challenge is to complete all rounds as quickly as possible while saving some gas for the final rounds with less rest. Athletes will be ranked by their total active time to complete all rounds, and if they don't finish a round, they will then be ranked by their total distance.
Well, my heart's certainly racing. It's flooding back those memories, like we already heard from Mike, those high school days of performing what was affectionately known then as the beep test. This is a very similar challenge for athletes. They've got to make it all the way to the end if they want to succeed. But there's a little bit of strategy at play here. Colleen, would be great to hear from you a little bit more about what you think is going through the athletes' minds at the moment, the 10 women and the 8 men that are about to take on this beep test.
Yeah, absolutely, Camilla. I think what's going through their mind is just adrenaline and finding a way to sort of channel that adrenaline before this starts. Every 2,000-meter piece, which is sort of the standard distance, there's that rush of adrenaline, as if for the flat water rowers know it well, as if you're up at the start line. This is a totally new challenge, as you've said, and as we've just seen. So it's sort of getting to understand, how they're going to approach this in general. So I think it's just another layer of adrenaline, and they'll need to find a way to channel that into excitement. Really, really pleased to see the versatility again across these events. Kristen Klein, we know from the United States, multiple-time world rowing indoor champion. She was the top women's qualifier for the Versa. She said on Instagram that she's really looking forward the most to meeting other rowers that she's looked up to, she's admired, and she's ready for the weekend ahead. So an exciting time, Natasha, yeah, for them to be kicking off the afternoon session with this first challenge.
Absolutely. I think I'll just touch on the camaraderie you talked about a little bit as well. We are looking at very big name athletes who have been in the sport for a while. They've gotten to know each other. So I think it's good to have those role models of people working together to complete these challenges and working against each other, but just building a bit more of a community, even at the super high levels. What we can look forward to for the beep test, I think, other than old memories, it's going to be seeing a bit of the strategy there. They're going to be competing 950 meters for the women and 1,150 meters for the men per round, but the time per round is going to be shorter, but they want the shortest total time overall. So they don't want to go out too hard in the beginning, but they also don't want to hold back too much at the beginning. And I think that's going to be quite interesting. Don't you think, Camilla?
Yeah, it really is going to be such a test of strategy, much like we've never seen before in the 500 meters or the 2,000 meters, the sort of standard and classic forms we've seen throughout the session this morning. You can see our athletes on the screen there getting ready to go, and all of them will be anticipating something that they've never faced before. So they're just soaking up all of those nerves, ready to go. It's Mike down on the floor, ready to take on the Versa.
Yeah, so a great look then at the floor as these athletes prepare to kickstart that first challenge. I think one of the really many incredible things about this Versa Challenge event is really the representation from around the globe. So we have competitors from Sweden, Henrietta Höberg, Elizabeth Gilmore from the USA for the women, Nicola Goss coming all the way from New Zealand, Great Britain, Germany, and of course, Natasha, Canada.
Yes, absolutely. Sarah Pigeon, one of my good friends, is competing here. She's known for doing incredibly well in coastal rowing and really ready to take on the challenge of the indoor rowing Versa Challenge. So we'll see her definitely. And we'll really get to know these athletes a little bit better as the weekend goes on. So definitely pay attention from this first race where they're sort of sizing each other up, and then we'll continue from there. But it looks like we're about to get started. Can you explain what we're seeing on the screen now?
Yeah, of course. So this is a look at the athletes sitting up at the catch, sitting ready. And I think what's really, really cool about this challenge in particular is that we'll actually hear that audible beep aloud. So again, it's called the beep challenge, as we heard. And that audible beep will start, will signify the start of each round for the athletes. So new situation in the heat of the moment, 5 challenges across the weekend, all in hopes of achieving that medal status. So looking up at the start, and as a rower, this can be a really intense moment. It can.
Absolutely. So right now they're thinking they don't know a whole lot about one another except for maybe 2 kilometer times going in, something like that. But they don't understand each other's versatility. So they're honestly probably very curious right now to see what everyone else has to offer in this situation. I think as they're just getting set up now, they're going to see the 950 meters or the 1,150 meters on their monitors in front of them. As we can see, they've got a countdown to the next beep. You're going to be looking at that in the upper right corner of your screen. And that's just going to tell you how much time they have to complete the 950 meters. So for a bit of context, if you're looking at 950 meters, almost 1 kilometer, and you have 5 minutes to do it in, then you could do it either at something like a 2:45 split, or you could do it quite quickly and take the rest of that time to rest. So it's really going to be people choosing different strategies, either going out a bit more slowly or going out a bit faster during this race.
Yeah, and just a quick reground for folks who are tuning in with us. The Beep Challenge, the first challenge of 5 this weekend, 8 consecutive rounds of the distances Natasha just told us about, 1150 for men, 950 for women, gets progressively shorter. The first round is 5:40. That final round is 3:20. And the athletes can rest, as Natasha said, from completion at that first stretch until the next round begins. And the competitor with the fastest overall time to complete all distances win.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see on the screen now, it's just going to be the meters ticking down and the total time. Remember, the total time doesn't matter yet. What they're really looking at is when the next beep is. And then at the end, they're going to sum all of those times together. So right now, they're just being ranked in order of how quickly they're going or what their splits are, which we won't quite be able to see like the other races, but we can look at how much time has elapsed. Once again, the men are doing slightly longer. They're doing 1,150 meters. So you can see that they still have about 800 meters to go for some on the leaderboard. And we can start to get to know some of these competitors as we see they have their labels on the indoor rower in front of them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, you can sort of just glance at the phenomenal representation truly from around the world, as mentioned, with athletes coming as far as New Zealand, several Canadian athletes, and just in the early stages then of this race. It's worth noting too that with the exception of that first stretch, the athletes can actually start rowing into a round. So again, with the exception of the start of the first round. So we'll see that as well as this progresses. But right now, riding with Zach Fowler of the USA.
Absolutely. And then we'll go over here and we have Joel Nakarinen, of Finland. So here he's our leader currently, in terms of split, it's been about 2 minutes elapsed, and he is more than halfway done. He's only got 460 meters left in his race. There you can see Sarah Pigeon for Canada. She is also taking it relatively easy here, going at a bit of a lower rate. She's got about 400 meters left in her race. So again, past the halfway point, we can see it is 3 minutes to go until the next beep. So they haven't quite reached the halfway point between beeps. But Kirsten Klein, as you were mentioning, Colleen, is in that first place position, and she's gone out quite hard, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's gone out really, really hard. So, you know, certainly more rounds to come from her. But we know that, you know, she's been training for this competition, that she's already a 2021 and 2022 World Rowing Indoor Champion. She ended up qualifying first overall among the 10 women from around the world participating in this event. And she said, you know, she's got a baby at home, and she said usually it takes several attempts at qualifiers, but she's got a baby, so she's really focused. She said, but let me be clear, I sold my soul for these scores. So she's really quite intensely coming into the weekend, and we love that. Love the intensity and of course the versatility, as we've been saying. So you'll see the graphics up on the top left-hand side of your screen, and get a sense for, again, performance within that first block of time. So 8 times the 1150 meters for the men and the 950 meters for the women, with reducing rest each round.
Absolutely,
and quite nostalgia.
Go ahead.
No, please, go, please.
You can see that they've just finished the first round. We still have Henrietta Hagberg from Sweden. So she's still going. She chose quite a low, or a high, I guess, split for this round. Sarah Pigeon's just finishing off here. And they're just rowing through the line, but you can see they still have 90 seconds left until the next beat. And some of these athletes aren't even tired, so it's quite the strategy. Go ahead, Colleen.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's spot on, Natasha. It is a strategy, right? So, you know, pacing. This is a really sort of test of one's strength, and pacing and endurance, because again, reducing rest over time, and you'll do this, you know, 8 times. So it's a bit nostalgic, I was going to say, just of as Camilla told us earlier, that sort of beep test, right? The beep test reflecting just the universality, I think, today of the sport. Everyone's done these, or at least many people have done these in their younger years in particular. Kind of that death by shuttle running is familiar, and it can mirror some of the high school, middle school workouts. And it's now on the world stage. It's really, really cool. So looking then to transition into the next duration.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Klein there from the US, still looking strong, barely breathing hard. So I think we're going to see great things from her.
20 seconds to go.
Yeah, so let's hear from Mike then on the floor. We'll get a sense of what's happening down below. So Mike's so excited he hasn't been able to hear us down there calling to him. So we'll take it back up, Natasha and I, and get a sense then of how the next block is unfolding. So 8 rounds with reducing rest. So this will get really, really gritty by the end. And again, reflecting that universality of rowing across the full weekend and of athleticism here as we kick off with the first challenge. So each time less distance. And the final round too, I think what's really unique about this specific challenge, Natasha, is that the final round is almost close to like a world's best time speed. So they'll be working really hard, those who continue to get down into those final stretches.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since we had it explained to us that if they just complete all 8 rounds, they'll be ranked higher than people who maybe didn't get to complete all of the rounds, because they can't fit it in time for that beat. So that's another strategy that they have to work with. They have to be ready to complete that last beat, which, like we said, is close to a world's best time. So this performance is really going to test them, both in terms of strategy and in terms of fitness here. We can see we have mainly the same leaders, so people are sort of choosing the same strategy here in terms of where they're going with the second beep. It's their total time, so it's just going to be adding up the time over each of the rounds. So we'll be able to see who is still in the lead over time. These are the men. So here we have Daniel Viger. He is holding currently a 2:15 split. Interestingly, per 500 meter, we saw some of the women go out at a 2:01, 2:02. So he is really looking to pace himself and save himself for that last round, it looks like. Here we've got Jason Marshall, and he is going out a little bit harder. He's at a 1:44. Once again, at a 26 stroke rate. So a lot of them seem to be going from a 22 to a 26, almost a mid rate, more than halfway through. And right now he is in second position. Pass it over to you.
Yeah, it's a great look at him there, isn't it? So just, good compression up to the front, and really focused on his pacing. So good sort of acceleration into the back half of the stroke, and then riding now with Maciej Zawojski, the Polish indoor athlete. So he's a regular really among all three of the rowing disciplines, indoor, flat water, and coastal at the elite level, here at the Versa Challenge to test his versatility over the full weekend. So to ground us again in scoring, Natasha, as you mentioned, it's the competitors will be ranked from fastest to slowest time overall to complete the prescribed meters that we mentioned, the 8 times 1150 or 8 times 950 meters for the women. So in other words, the time taken to complete all 8 rounds will be their final score. So that's what we're looking at now with this Versa Challenge #1 to kick off the Versa competition and the afternoon program. Riding now with Nicola Goss, who joins us all the way from New Zealand. How fascinating and how exciting is it, Natasha, to see such global representation here in Toronto?
It really is, especially these athletes taking the risk to do the Versa Challenge. They're not just coming for a normal 2,000 meter, they're coming to try something that hasn't been done before. So I think the adventurous nature of these athletes shouldn't be understated. We can see here, though, there's quite the range once again in strategies. We had Kirsten Klein finish when Henrietta Hogberg was around 200 meters to go, and they still have a minute of rest here. So we'll really see how this starts to play out. Maybe not in, round 1, round 2. We're probably looking for round 4, round 5. We'll start to see a little bit of a change in the order. Right here, it seems fairly consistent, and people seem to be sticking with their strategies. We can see some of the men here pacing together, it looks like. So we've got Barbeau, Laureus, and Vigor all together. Vigor is just going to finish his last 100 meters, but he only has 40 seconds left before that change. So we'll see how that is going to turn out.
Yeah, it's a quick amount of rest time, isn't it? So we're already less than 30 seconds to the next beep. Again, each round is just getting more and more grueling for these athletes. So the lactic acid is kicking in. They're certainly feeling it. It's worth noting too that if a competitor does not complete, the distance that they need to achieve, the 1150 or the 950 meters in a given block of time, they may continue to row the following round. However, their overall ranking will consider only the meters that they actually did row. So that is to say, all of these athletes will continue on to subsequent rounds. But at the end of the day, it's the time taken to complete all 8 rounds that will signify their score. And this is just one of the 5 challenges. So more to come.
Yeah, absolutely. These athletes are also hearing about these challenges in real time almost. So they heard about the beep challenge, of course, the first challenge far in advance. But some of these challenges have been revealed to them Friday night. Some will be revealed to them today and tomorrow. So that really keeps the playing field nice and even in terms of preparation, which is also another interesting aspect here. We're going to try again to throw it down to our floor correspondent, Mike.
One of the fun things to watch those athletes that you
All right, thank you very much. So we're talking strategy during the first couple rounds of this beep competition. So my question is to you, Colleen, how would you approach this if you were competing in this beep challenge? How hard would you push on the first few rounds? And does that depend on whether you think you can get through the entirety of the 8 rounds of the beep? Would love to hear your thoughts.
Oh, Mike, it's such a good question, and I caveat this with I'll be, answering as a former coxswain. So maybe Natasha will probably have a better race strategy in mind. But I think you point out a really fascinating element of this challenge, right? It is all about your own individual pacing and how you approach each round, and to the extent that you can conserve sort of a bit of energy, right, for that last. This is 8 times the distance, that 1150 or that 950 for the women. So a lot of like collegiate athletes, certainly elite athletes, and even our high school athletes, right, as we mentioned, have familiarity with this type of challenge. But it's a pacing strategy, and certainly endurance and strength at the end. So how would I approach it? Well, I would like to think that I would save the best for last, Mike, but I don't know. So we'll get a look then at the field. Natasha, what would your strategy be coming into this?
Oh, that's a good question. I've always been more of an endurance athlete, so my strategy would be more like someone who is in the middle of the pack. I'd be trying to come out a little bit stronger, because even if I can't complete the full challenge or whatever happens, I want to be in the middle for the challenges to come, right? This is cumulative points over the weekend. So I would want to start out being hopefully able to complete all of the rounds, at least able to complete 7 rounds. But then I'd be trying to sort of stay with my competition. There's a lot of value of being in that center pack. So I actually think everyone from Anna Mula to Elizabeth Gilmore, Nicola Goss, Alondra Greenlee, they're all sort of where I would like to be. They're feeling each other out. You can see they're within 10, 20 meters of one another, but they're nowhere near the pace that Kirsten Klein is setting.
Yeah, fantastic. And now riding with Anna Mula of Germany. So taking a look then at how she's strategizing, or at least, rowing in terms of pacing at the moment. We get a sense of their speed up there on the top left, and now riding with Jordan Monick. So kind of panning over many of these names, just regulars on the indoor circuit. Here's Henrietta Höberg of Sweden, the 43-year-old athlete. So good, strong finish. We see the legs coming down and good acceleration into the back end. And we know that in total, again, the session duration is 40 minutes, but the challenge duration is 36 minutes, to sort of give you a macro sense of when we talk about pacing and these blocks of distance that they need to move through. That's the challenge total. So we see some of the men here just grabbing a sip of water, letting their heart rate come down, and preparing for the next one. And the next beep then in 30 seconds, an audible beep at that. And these moments, Natasha, too, it's kind of just about getting the heart rate down, right? Quick as you can.
Absolutely. So something that's very important, even outside of the Versa Challenge, is going to be recovery time. So a lot of times in rowing, we're doing sets, we're doing recurring set pieces, and we're looking at that time. So we want to make sure that we can recover, get our heart rate down, a lot of breathing, making sure we're fully oxygenated. And I believe we have an interview on the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. So you may be sitting at home thinking, devious challenge. Well, look no further than Liz Suter, sport manager at World Rowing. So what was the catalyst for designing this challenge, something that has never been done before at the World Rowing Indoor Championship?
I think there were a few things. I think we really wanted to create a new competition opportunity for athletes that kept them competing for longer than just a 2K. A standard indoor rowing competition, you're really only rowing for maybe 7 or 8 minutes, and then you leave. And if you've flown halfway across the world to do that, that's a big price to pay. So number one is we wanted to create a competition opportunity for athletes where they could race several times in a weekend. The second thing is that we wanted to have more opportunities to tell stories about these athletes, because they're the stars of our sport. And so giving the fans a chance to see them compete 5 different times gives us more to talk about. And I think the last thing is just that it's unpredictable, it's fun, and as much as we love the 2K and the 500, and they'll always be staples of our sport, we wanted to try something new and different to show the versatility and the diversity of skills and strengths that are needed to be a good indoor rower.
Well, speaking of those typical events, the 500 and the 2000, you kind of know what you're going to get. It's a very distinct type of athlete that will excel in those events. The Versa Challenge, with the 5 events that we have coming up, some haven't been announced just yet. What type of rower will succeed and be standing at the top of the podium at the end of the weekend?
I think a really fit rower for sure will succeed, but at the same time, somebody who's comfortable with the unknown, somebody who's good at thinking on their feet and strategizing for a new kind of challenge. And also, I think someone who can have a little bit of fun and not take rowing too seriously. With the 2K, we're so rigid and we have a very fixed race plan because we're really only racing against ourselves. But I think with these workouts, you kind of have to react to the unknown and deal with new information that you haven't dealt with before. So I think somebody who's maybe a little bit more fun and a little bit more cheeky might be successful in this event as well.
We'll see if the athletes are smiling as much as you are right now at the end of the weekend. Thank you, Liz. Team, Camilla, back to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm chuckling. Yeah, we'll see if they're smiling by the end of this challenge. There's certainly gasping for air in between each distance and as they wait for the next beep. So really, really interesting to hear about, again, the inspiration for this challenge, for all of the challenges from Liz. So thank you for that, Liz and Mike. But we pan back over then to the field and we get a sense of how this is unfolding. This challenge, again, that's 36 full minutes. Riding now with a few of the men. So we'll get a sense then that Julien Barbeau of France, a couple of athletes from the USA, Zach Fowler, there on the right side. And it looks like they're pacing this quite a little bit conservatively, quite smartly here, Natasha.
It really does. It looks like here in the middle, really low stroke rates, lower than I expected. We saw Barbeau had a stroke rate of around 21. And we had a stroke rate over here, once again, 21 from Frédéric Leroy. He is 200 meters to go. He has a 2:02 split right here, so looking good. He is currently at the bottom of the pack here, but very similar things by Daniel Vigor as well. So 22 stroke rate. Daniel's really been pacing this almost too close for comfort. He's been just finishing about 10 seconds before the end. And that's your leader right there right now is Joel Narkaranen. He is finishing still with 30 seconds to spare, but these intervals are just going to keep getting shorter.
Yeah, they will. That's right. They will keep getting shorter. So the athletes will have to keep that in mind. Just out of the picture on the right side, we're riding for a moment with Joel Narkaranen, currently leading on the men's side. It's a glance at the graphic top left of the women. So Kristen Klein, as we mentioned, came in with the top qualifying time, currently executing what you'd expect against that. Then we have Charlotte Dixon from Great Britain, Anna Müller from Germany, Elizabeth Gilmore, Nicola Goss from New Zealand, then Alandra Grinnell, Morgan McGrath, all the way down to the Canadians. So Natasha, what can you tell us a little bit about our Canadian entrants?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got Heather Petrasco, and then we have Sarah Pigeon. I know Sarah quite well from the Dawn Run Club of Mississauga. So native to Mississauga, where this is taking place. She's representing right there, which is really nice. But yeah, I would say these athletes definitely have a fantastic work ethic. So are real leaders sort of in the rowing community here, and have a sense of fun about them. So they're not scared to try something new. Here we have Heather. She's really going for it right now at a 26 stroke rate. So she's got a 2:03 time right here. Notice how the beats are just getting shorter and shorter, right? We've got 3 minutes and 19 seconds left. We're over halfway through this competition, or we're almost halfway. They're going through the 4th one now for the competition. So they are really starting to feel it. And that's some great power by Morgan McGrath here as well, keeping it nice and consistent at around a 25-26 stroke rate. So looking quite strong still.
Yeah, Morgan McGrath, big acceleration into the second half. The 42-year-old now riding with Sarah Pigeon, whom you mentioned, Natasha, just a moment ago. The 34-year-old regular name on the indoor rowing circuit, competed in the 2022 World Rowing Beach Sprints finals. So looking to have a strong performance on home soil. Alondra Grinnell of the United States as well, getting a quick look here as we ride with her. And I think really interesting too, just many of these athletes are quite versatile already in the competitions that they enter in terms of both flat water and some of the beach sprints. So really, really cool to see them jumping in, trying something new. As Liz told us a few minutes ago in her interview down with Mike, it's a new situation. It's taking in new information in the heat of the moment. And so that versatility, a way to really flex that this weekend with just a great overhead view. It's starting to get a little bit tougher. So we're seeing just pain on these athletes' faces. Maybe in the beginning, felt like more of sort of a steady state view of what you'd expect. And you can see on the Finnish athlete's face there, and now the Polish athlete, just a bit of agony starting to settle in, perhaps as the legs get a bit tired. That's Maciej Sawowski of Poland, another regular and another versatile rower amongst indoor flatwater coastal competitions at the elite level.
Yeah, and you can especially see when they're glancing towards the middle, they're not actually glancing at each other's monitors. They're looking at that big monitor that's going to tell them whether or how much time they have left before the next beep. So they really have to time. It's an external monitor they're using to know when the next beep is. And then they're on their own Concept 2 monitor to figure out what their split is. So as they're getting a little bit more tired, they still have to keep that strategy. So it's a bit of a mental game as well at this moment. And I think we'll pass it right back down to Mike on the floor.
Pain on the athletes' faces is starting to become a little more noticeable as we move deeper into this competition. So typically in a 2,000 meter, they're going to be on the machine for 6 to 7 minutes. All told here, they're going to be sitting down in the saddle for over 30 minutes. And we're already seeing a couple athletes try and stand up and shake their legs out. So what impact will be sitting down in the rower for 35, almost 40 minutes? What impact will that have on these athletes as we move further through this competition?
Yeah, Mike, it's a really, really good point, right? Because 36 minutes is a long time to be seated on the erg, and certainly a long time to be starting and stopping and sort of having that interval-like workout. They don't call it, from a running perspective, death by shuttle run for nothing. So similar format here, and I think the implication is cardio, right? Is fitness, and I think importantly, legs. So you asked, like, what will that feel like? How will they think about that? It's legs, legs, legs. That is like the pure, power here. Of course, there's other elements of a technical perspective, body swing, opening up the back into the second half of the stroke. But you can see, and we're riding now with some of the women, and now from the USA, Fowla, just big leg press. Their legs will start to get quite tired. And I think, Natasha, that's going to be something they'll have to think about, just keeping them moving and keeping energy in, channeling energy too, perhaps.
Absolutely. And that's something else to look at with the stroke rates and how fast they're going. They don't want to be moving too fast to drain their cardio, but they also don't want to be going too slowly and draining the power out of their legs. So they have to find a good middle ground, which I think a lot of them are finding. But we can notice at this point in the competition, when we see on the screen the number of meters, we are starting to see it even out a little bit more. At the beginning, there was, 100 meters in between first place and last place, and here it's being cut down to about 50. So a lot of people are really having to pick up their pace, and our leaders are really going to have to keep their pace. And that's going to be a unique situation, I think, for a lot of these people. Here in the men, you can see in the middle there, our current leader, Joel Nochrennen. He has about 620 meters to go, but Jason Marshall from Canada right next to him, He only has about, well, he has about 30 meters less than him. So he's staying quite strong there. We can see that he's going to complete this section of the beep a little bit faster. So this is where we're going to start seeing that change in leaderboard that we were so looking forward to at the beginning. And then we can see that on the women's side as well. It's getting a little bit closer. Still Kirsten Klein with a great lead, but it looks like through the middle, it's getting quite a bit closer in terms of who is going first and second. And we can see people looking on the live screen.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? It's so cool to have this element of the competition be in person, especially after the pandemic, to bring all of that energy, that pump and circumstance to Toronto and live. So getting a look then at the leaderboard for the women, Kirsten Klein just moving, Henrietta Fuberg riding with her now, and we can get a sense of her speed, the Swedish athlete, Henrietta Fuberg. From the male side too, we were with them just a moment ago. It's the Finnish athlete, so Joel Nokarinen, currently up at the top of the pack. This is Anna Pula of Germany, the 37-year-old. And we see her just kind of take a glance over to her right to get a sense of the time over there. But again, a regular name on the indoor rowing circuit. Now well into the second half of this challenge. So blood certainly pumping, lactic acid moving. This is Nicola Goss of New Zealand, flying all the way over from the other side of the world to try to be crowned the World Rowing Versa champion. And a look at Charlotte Dixon. You can see it's getting a little hot there in the arena, isn't it?
They're definitely starting to sweat, and you can see athletes barely have time to wipe their faces, grab a drink of water before the next beep. So that is pretty crazy as well. They've got about 7 minutes left in this competition. So they have time for, I think we've got 2 more beeps left for them. And you can see the pace has really picked up. Everyone is around 28 strokes per minute, I would say. And they all have to sort of keep pace here. So we're seeing very even splits on the way down in terms of the number of meters people have left. They have to hit a certain split, otherwise they may not make it in time. So this is where it's getting a little bit more even. You can see we've got about 20 seconds between our Finnish athlete Joel Nokarinen and Jason Marshall there, but only a few seconds, 3 or 4 seconds between Jason Marshall and his Canadian comrade Jordan Monink. So that is going to be a really close one to see there. And then there's a little bit more time in between Jordan and then Maciek, the next Polish athlete we have there. So we're starting to see a little bit of separation in the middle of the leaderboard, but we're still seeing quite the race happening, especially at the top end, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, unbelievable race happening up at the top end, as you say. So we started with a 5-minute, 40-second block. They've gotten faster every duration, so they get 20 seconds shorter, I should say, each round, again, with the final round at 3 minutes 20. So that's close to, world best time. So we can see the stroke rate has come up. The pain on the athlete's face, as we can see, this is Julien Barbeau of France on the left side. And taking a look then at the men's standings currently, at about 6th, 7th place or so at the moment. As we know, the time taken to complete all 8 rounds will be the final score. So really hottening up at the top of the pack. That's Daniel Weiger of Canada, and then back to our leader, the Finnish athlete, Jason Marshall, currently running second. His resume, a little bit different than many athletes competing in Mississauga, which really could set himself up very well for the full weekend and for what's to come. He's a former professional Canadian rugby player. So really, really cool background growing up in British Columbia on Canada's West Coast. Marshall and his younger brother found their love for rowing came really naturally. So it's all in the family. And that's a look at Jason Monink here from Canada, and a great pan over the full field.
And you'll notice here they've got about a minute left So they do have to be under that 250 meters to go on both the men's side and the women's side. And some of them are very, very close to making it. So we may see some people not make the beep here. We'll have to keep really close track as it counts down. You can see they're starting to stress in the crowd a little bit as they make it, but you can see the intention on these athletes' faces. They have to go pretty much as hard as they can because they have 20 seconds left to go about 50 meters. And it looks like Heather Petrasco still has to go about 120 meters. So I don't know if we'll see her finish this one.
Yeah, and if a competitor does not complete that 1150 meters or the 950 meters in any given block of time, they may continue to row the following round. However, their overall ranking will only consider the number of meters that they have rowed. So we may, see people continue on, but their ranking, it needs to account for that full 1150 or 950 in any given round. Absolutely grueling. We can start to see the faces change of these athletes. Calm, cool, collected when they had the 5-minute 40. As we get closer to that final 3-minute 20, well, it's getting harder and harder with the next beep coming up, the top right graphic, in 2 minutes 40 seconds time. So big emphasis on the second half, the stroke rate really, really coming up, especially for the Swedish athlete, Henrietta Huberg. We can see the blue and yellow, and then just next to her, some athletes from the USA and Canada. Kristen Klein still leads.
Yeah, and just to give some insight into how hard this is, they are holding incredibly fast times right now, and they haven't gotten a break unless they've had, a 20-second break, a 2-minute break, a 30-second break, and they've rowed almost 7 kilometers for the women, or just over 7 kilometers for the women, and just over 8 for the men. So they've been going pretty much nonstop. This is crazy endurance. They just did a 950 and they had to row straight into the next one if they barely made it. And now they're expected to pull very close to a world's best time. So just putting that in context, this is pretty incredible from these athletes. They can see in the overall challenge itself, they've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left. So all they're thinking right now is they have to give their all for the next 90 seconds, whether or not they complete it. We can see our leader for the men, Joel Narkrennen. He has to do like a 1:29 pace in order to finish his 500 meters. So it's really looking very competitive. We're going to pass it down to Mike for this last little minute on the floor.
Thank you very much. So just an update on the scoring through this first Versa Challenge. We have 4 men who are currently outside looking in, who have missed a beep so far in event number 1. Daniel, Zach, Jordan, and Julian have all missed beeps, but of course they're still rowing because how many meters they're able to accrue will determine the placing for the totality of this event. For the women, 9 women are still in this event. Only 1, Heather, has missed a beep. So it's really coming down to the wire here in event number 1.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mike. Coming down to the wire, just incredible shots there as we get the pan in on these faces. 25, 24 seconds to go. Absolutely incredible as we take a look at that full time and that full pan of the field. The stroke rate has really come up for all of these athletes, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. They know they have 5 strokes left in this race, and they're putting everything they can into it. And we're really going to see the leaderboard shake up here. Oh, look at these athletes. They were not ready for that one. I'll tell you that much. Man, they worked very hard. But this is where the leaderboard has really shuffled. We saw that we had Jason Marshall in our 2nd position, but he has now fallen behind Maciej Zawadzki from Poland. So it was really that last little bit. Daniel Vigor, he was in last. For the duration of this, he's popped up into 4th just because of his pacing. So you can really start to see that strategy pay off. Every single man has missed a beat. They did not do the last one. And we have 3 women who are able to complete the last beep, which is pretty incredible. So we had Kirsten Klein with a total time of 27:37. and she was able to complete all of the beep segments. And then we had Anna Mula, 28:48. So that's more than a minute, actually longer than Kirsten Klein. And she was able to compete all the beeps. And then we had Elizabeth Gilmore, also from the US. And she was just 10 seconds off Anna Mula, and she was also able to complete it. There was a little bit of juggling as well in the second half of the leaderboard for the women, of those who were able to complete, or who were not able to complete all of them, who missed one beep. So we have our ranking now heading into the next set of challenges.
Yeah, right. This is the first time for these athletes to sort of eye each other up, so to speak, and get a sense of their own relative speed against the Versa Challenge competitors. A look at the floor, just absolute exhaustion as they kind of cool down. And as you said, Natasha, you know, all of the men missing one beep, the majority of the women, with the exception of Klein and Mula and Gilmore. So really, really excited to see what's to come in the second challenge. Fabulous racing, really good energy, and love how the energy really built up over time throughout that full competition. So just a nice cool down here from the Polish athlete in particular. That's Maciej Sawowski, regular again amongst indoor, flat water, and coastal rowing, with just a really cool unisuit designed by Natasha, Ukrainian artist, that he worked with to get that combination of his national colors, the Ukrainian national colors. So fabulous unisuit to boot. So wow, that's the first Versa Challenge, and we've got 4 more to really look forward to over the weekend. There's the men's standings.
Yeah, my goodness. Well, this is the points awarded. So we see that it'll range from 10-3 for the men, and then it'll be 10-1 for the women. And this is what it's going to add up over time. And we'll actually head back to the studio, and we'll get Camilla's take on watching this.
Thanks so much, guys. That was quite something. I mean, at every moment, I just didn't know what to expect, especially in those last couple of beeps when it went right down to the wire. We saw our first athletes missing out on the next stage of competition. It was just so different, and I just didn't know how people were going to face up to that. But some great results there. You could see how the rankings were done just on that leaderboard we saw at the end, and that leaderboard will be updated throughout the weekend. That with the Versa Challenge, every step that we go along the way, those points will accumulate to crown our champion tomorrow evening at the end of racing. But before we jump into our next set of racing, we're going to hear from our presenting partner, Concept 2. Well, without Concept 2, this event just would not happen. So a big thank you to our presenting partners for this 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships. So we've just seen the first of its kind Versa Challenge get underway with the Beep Challenge. We'll be catching up with Challenge 2 later on in this session. But before we get onto that, we've got some more virtual racing, some more racing from all across the world with the 45 to 49 lightweight men, the 45 to 49 lightweight women, and the 40 to 44 lightweight women as well. We've got 13 virtual competitors taking on 2 kilometres. And well, Colleen, what do you think we've got to look forward to in this next event?
Yeah, Camilla, I think we can look forward to some really tight competition. I love watching lightweight rowing, both on the water and in an indoor setting. These athletes, of course, as lightweight competitors, will have weighed in. So for the lightweight men, they may not weigh more than 75 kilograms. The women no more than 61.5 kilograms. So all things considered, you've taken that size variable. Of course, height, that does not include height, right? But the overall weight of the athlete. And it means that in a race scenario, you can really get some incredibly close times. So Natasha, I love watching lightweight rowing. I think we can expect some great racing here back in the 2,000-meter format.
Yeah, absolutely. And here, just a reminder of which categories we have. So the yellow boats you're seeing on your screen right here are the lightweight men aged 45 to 49. The red boats are going to be the lightweight women aged 45 to 49. And the green boat you see on the bottom of your screen is going to be, once again, light women. This is going to be the age category 40 to 44. So we're going to have some athletes. All of these athletes are competing virtually. Some of them have webcams on. So we'll be able to watch them at the bottom of our screen there. They've just taken off, and as you say, Colleen, it's lightweight rowing, so we're expecting to see a bit higher of a stroke rate. You can see them all going there as the leaderboard starts to sort itself out, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely, you can, and it is starting to sort itself out because we've now moved through the first 250 meters, and we're lengthening into sort of those base cadence. I love the visuals that we can see on the bottom, so you can get a sense of people rowing in this case in their living rooms. We're riding now with our leader for the men's lightweight category 45 through 49. That was Jesus Alvarez of Spain. Now a look then, just fantastic to be able to flip through from garages to living rooms, back with Alvarez with his supporter there just off to the side. Juan Guimerans in the lightweight category as well, that virtual competitor. So really, really cool to see the versatility and the full geography stretch, right, of this event. Well underway. Who's leading? Well, it continues to be Alvarez in the lightweight men's category within that group, the 45 to 49. And then Linda Bradel of France leading for 45 to 49 for the lightweight women. And then Sufayeli of Turkey for lightweight women of 40 to 44. So Natasha, as you said, a real mix of lightweight athletes in this category, but cool that they can sort of race all together in one pool.
Oh, absolutely. Especially as we can see them against one another here. We have our lightweight woman at the bottom of the screen, Sophia, coming from Turkey. So she is going to be seeing on her screen that she has some other athletes to compete against. She's holding a 156 very strongly, same as Carla Mendez, who is just up there in the lower right of our screen. So very close races up in there. I do want to look actually at our leaders though. Alvarez and Guimerans, both from Spain, and they're within 10 meters of each other as we approach the 1,000-meter marker. So it's really going to be a testament to their endurance as they head through this first 1,000, seeing if they can keep up those great splits around a 135, 136, and I'm sure we'll see a push through the 1,000 here. Do you want to talk us through the 1,000?
Yeah, I'd love to. I love the 1,000, right? It's when you move into the second half of the race, there's sort of this mental and emotional shift as you step into the second half of the race. And who's leading? Well, it continues to be Jesus Gonzalez Alvarez of Spain up at the top. But as Natasha told us, hot on his heels is Juan Guimerans from Spain as well. So Alvarez, well, a little bit about him. His qualification score, 6:20. His target time is 6:15. So we'll get a sense if he's onto that pace as he moves through the third quarter of the race. Currently riding with our athlete from Turkey, Sevetun Sufayeli of Turkey. She's a sports medicine doctor, health board coordinator of the Turkish Athletic Federation. She's also a coastal rower in Istanbul. So fantastic to see her participating with us as well. A little bit of flipping around the leaderboard though.
Yeah, absolutely. We still have Kapura still in third place for the men, but within 20 meters of him is going to be Sariko from Finland. who is closely followed by Sven Wichen. So it looks like we have a bit of a race shaping up there for 4th and 5th as well. Remember, these competitors can see each other on their screens. So even though they're not physically in the same place, they still have that connection. They can see who's ahead of them and who's behind them, and they're really looking to beat their competition here. We'll focus for a moment on the lightweight women 45 to 49 though, because it's quite the race shaping up as well. From France, we have Linda Bredel. From Portugal, we have Carla Mendez. And from Germany, we have Claudia Sicholka. And they're all within 30 meters of one another. And we're right now heading towards the last 500. So we're going to see a bit of a sprint start to happen here. So for our leader right now, he's at a 1:38. So just off that 6:20 pace he said he was going for. But it looks like the stroke rate's starting to come up for second place, Guy Morans. He's around a 35-36. He's at a 1:41, but we're thinking that he's probably going to bring it down in the last 250, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I love the final 250 meters, and I know the athletes on the erg do too, because it means that they're close to completing this piece. Often in the final 250, you know, of course, we'll see folks bring up the stroke rate. Ideally, they're bringing up the power as they increase the stroke rate as well. Exactly what you can see on the screen in the bottom right, as truly this global hybrid event brings together the full world, several, you know, all of the different continents, many different geos. These athletes will have qualified to participate in this hybrid race. So, you know, they'll have that target in mind that we mentioned up at the top of the field, just a good 33 or so meters ahead of his next competitor. It's Alvarez from Spain. Oh, and the final few strokes, just absolutely fantastic. He's first across the line within this group, and of course, winning his age category, the 45 to 49 lightweight men, as the other competitors roll in.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have still quite the race now between Bredel and Mendez. So we have Sven Wichen and Sariko from Finland going across the line here, but I would take your attention to the red boats. We can see them down here. You can see them almost pacing with each other, but we've got quite the sprint from Carla Mendez. She knows if she's making a move, she has to do it now. She's down at a 153, and I think she's got to get under 150 in order to take that title away from Bredel, who seems to have done enough throughout this race to hold on to that lead. She's tiring now, but I think she can make it through the line. We'll have to see how this shakes out. There's 9 meters in between them. They know they have 10 strokes left, and they're just trying to get there. Look how long those strokes are from Bredel. She is trying to get every single inch out of there.
Yeah, that's right. Bredel on the bottom left side of the screen. Long indeed. Big compression up into the front. She's through the line. Just absolutely fantastic with unofficially that average split of 153.5. Just exhaustion as she finishes up there with the final competitor from Germany, Marion Kumplada, coming through her final 30 meters or so too. So man, the face says it all, doesn't it?
It really does. Look at that cheering squad for Carla Mendez as well. That's really what we like to see in this situation. You need people cheering you on, don't you?
Yeah, you do. You need a community. I think that's true for all types of rowing, whether it's, you know, on the water, indoor, etc. You know, an elite athlete, you do need a community. You need that support. And it's really intimate to see that support for so many of these athletes with them there. I mean, some folks prefer to sort of be by themselves and race this kind of a race individually, but I think in many cases we do see the support crew with them, which is quite nice. So wrapping up that first 2,000 meter distance stretch for the afternoon session. Camilla, it's really lovely to see, isn't it? All of the folks supporting them and cheering them on at the end.
Yeah, this is what I love about this event. We've run it virtually for the last couple of years, but it's great to be back in the hybrid format now. But taking that peer into what people's lives are like, you know, you can see living rooms, you can see sports clubs, you can see gyms, wherever it is that you're competing from, those different sort of support networks, like you say. I just love that little look that we get, that glimpse into these athletes' lives. Well, we've got Mike once again down in Canada. We've got 21 athletes competing in person in our next event, so I'm sure the atmosphere is starting to build.
That is true, Camilla. The atmosphere is starting to build. I'm joined by Kirsten Klein, first place after one event in the Versa competition. So, Kirsten, first question, what made you decide to sign up for this challenge that has never been done before at the World Rowing Indoor Championships?
Well, I started in CrossFit rowing, and my coach was like, you're a little better at rowing than CrossFit. So I was used to like these different modalities with CrossFit. So this kind of really piqued my interest when they said that they were going to have this new and different events just instead of the 2K or the 500 meters. So that's really why I kind of wanted to see how I'd do stacked up to other athletes in different type of events.
Now, the BEEP event was announced about a week ago. So your thought process going into that event, did you create the strategy in your mind on the floor that you wanted to get that first place position?
Yeah, I didn't practice it or anything. I kind of knew what paces I need to hold. I threw that out the window the second we started because everyone went really fast, and I was like, well, I guess I got to go fast, and so that's what I did, and just tried to hold on and breathe well. So whatever strategy I had, I didn't follow. Like, that's typically how it goes. I don't pay attention or listen to what I tell myself to do, and then it's just, oh God, through the rest of the way.
Well, first place here on event number 1, elimination coming up next. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, amazing to hear from one of our Versa athletes, Kirsten Klein, who is top of the leaderboard currently on the women's side. And again, great to get that feedback of what that looks like, what that feels like to strategize for that brand new event. And she'll be starting to prepare for the elimination race, as we've just heard. But before that, plenty more racing to come in this next race. We've got a combination of in-person and virtual. We've got 15 athletes dialing in from all around the world and 21 athletes taking to the floor in Mississauga in this 45 to 49 lightweight men, 40 to 44 lightweight men, and the 45 to 49 men. So, Natasha, for you, next race we've got this hybrid format. What's that going to feel like for the athletes on both sides of the coin?
Well, obviously in the arena, the atmosphere, it just gets loud in there, and you feel the energy from the crowd and from your competitors. You can physically see them. But even overseas, just being able to participate in the event, I think people have really gotten used to it over time. And just because of the Concept 2 software, they can see if they're plus or minus however many meters from their nearest competition. So I think they still feel quite the weight of the competition. What would you say, Colleen?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think it's a great point too, that over the past couple of years, sort of these hybrid, or not even hybrid, just fully remote, in the height of the pandemic scenarios, people got a bit more comfortable with. What I love about this year's event, of course, is the first time World Rowing has ever done this type of hybrid event, this hybrid scenario. So it means that, if you can't fly all the way from New Zealand over to Toronto, you can still qualify to participate. And it's just made for a really lovely, diverse range of representation, which is just fantastic. For now, though, we bring our attention to the event at hand, the 45 to 49 lightweight men, 40 to 44 lightweight men, and the 45 to 49 men. And we get a look at Toby Clay there in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, and it'll appear into perhaps his living room. Really cool to see that juxtaposed against the sort of energy and the spectacle that is Toronto. So can you tell us a little bit, if time permitting, Natasha, about this venue where it's taking place?
Absolutely. So this is a major venue in Mississauga, where a lot of championships are held. So it's well known in the area. And when you walk in, it's really set up for this type of event. So you walk in, I was there the other day, and you can see World Rowing posters everywhere. You know you're there for an incredible event. Oh, wow. Look at Nuno Colo with all of his fans surrounding him. Oh, that's great to see.
So cool.
Yeah, but it is sort of the same energy, I guess, in Mississauga. There are quite a few seats, and it really conducts sound well. So when you're on the floor there, as I have been many times, you can hear your parents yelling, you can hear your supporters, and you can feel the people around you just as tense as you are. So it's a palpable tension when you're in the area. But as we start this race, It looks like they are getting ready to go. They've got the stop rowing on their monitors now. They're just waiting for some of the virtual competitors to stop rowing as well. And we have a few people to look out for in this race. We have Nuno Colo, who had all his fans around him. He was the silver medal from last year for the 30 to 39 age category. So he's aged up this year, but probably looking to do a repeat there, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think so, right? A repeat and just continually able to get faster and get a bit better each year. So yeah, I'm really excited for this race in particular. You're right. We do have just fantastic pedigree. Nuno Clejo, who we saw from Portugal a few moments ago, you might remember his crew kind of behind him, all of these athletes sort of gathered around him. He's a silver medal world rowing champion for the World Cup 1 back in 2015 in Bled. That was the lightweight men's double, and a silver medal world indoor champion in 2021 in the lightweight men's 30 to 39. So he'll be one to watch. And we see him then in the bottom right. I mean, how cool to see, talk about support system. He's got a pretty good support system behind him, doesn't he?
He really does. And that's what you need, someone to cheer you on through it. It's a lot of mental strength right here, but it's also a lot of support that can help get you through it if you're just waiting for that mental strength to kick in. We can see we've got some video of the floor right now, so it looks like some of them are still rowing a little bit, some of them are waiting for the start. So we may have a little bit of a delay here as Time Team tries to get everyone on the same page. But we are looking at heavy men from age 45 to 49, light men from 45 to 49, and light men from 40 to 44. So we do have quite a range of categories.
Yeah, and a look at the bottom right, the Czech athlete Miroslav Rostil in the 40 to 44 lightweight men's category. 3-time Olympian in London, Rio, Tokyo. His best result, he says, was 4th place in the lightweight double in Tokyo. 3-time European medalist. He says he has some medals from the World Cup. So fabulous pedigree in this event, and it'll make for a really, really thrilling race. Down though on the floor, well, what's the energy down there? We get a sense of it. The athletes still have their handles in hand. We know that before they actually formally start the race, everyone will stop. They'll sit at attention up at the start. The wheel will stop spinning. But getting in those final few warm-up strokes and a glance up at the leaderboard, they'll be able to see too their standing, right, as the race goes on, that leaderboard. There's some strategy though, Natasha, between, I think, staying in your own race, right, in your own lane, so to speak, and looking up, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's honestly within a tolerance, I would say. You have a race plan in your mind, you have an idea of what you can accomplish. And then, of course, there's the pressure of the situation. Because even Kirsten Klein was telling us over there that she had a plan, but everyone else was going so hard, so she felt like she should as well. That typically is what happens in these scenarios. And we often find that people who are in the arena, who are really feeling the heat of the moment, they might be more inclined to go out a little bit harder, and they might be pushing. We saw this morning a lot of people hitting personal bests versus at home. You really have to stick to your own race plan because you don't have that immediate knowing what other people are doing. So I think there's a little bit of a difference there. But I think you have to stick to your own race plan. But if you see someone a meter ahead of you, 2 meters ahead of you, it just gives you that extra push to try to fight for increasing your place, regardless of where you are in the standing.
Yeah, I think that's right. So it's a bit of a boost if you need it. But certainly, you'll want to stay sort of in your own lane, so to speak. I love how we're panning over and just getting a sense of the full field, the full field in the event that's about to go off. And you can see just the absolutely incredible representation here, truly from around the world. This is the Danish athlete, Christian Mulvig, sitting ready up at the start. It looks like the wheel has stopped spinning for him. And that tells us that we're prepared, right, to see a start. Here's Colejo in Portugal. Different time of day for them, isn't it?
It is. So we'll have to see how that holds up. Usually you like to train at the same time your race is occurring, but obviously going across time zones is a little bit more difficult. So that definitely plays a factor, but I'm sure these athletes have been preparing for it in an event as big as this one. So we can see a lot of applause on the floor right here. It looks like everyone is getting ready.
And Mike with an update down on the floor, so we'll hand it to him.
It's underway. I have to tell you, this is my first time covering a World Rowing Indoor Championship, and I'm inspired to give myself a go on the rowers. We actually have a rowing room at the hotel. So later tonight, I'm going to try my hand at a 500 meter. What do you think my prediction time goal should be? I'm late 30, so I'll leave it to you experts to give me my time to beat.
Oh, wow, Mike, I'm really, really impressed with that. So that'll be a late night 500 meter sprint for you. Goodness, late 30s. I don't know, Natasha, what do you think? I mean, it should be, I think you'll be quick.
I think you should pick the winner of this race and try to match that time is what I think you should do.
Is it too late for Mike to enter the Versa Challenge? We'll have to ask Liz a little bit later on. But for now, we'll bring our attention to the race that's underway. We're so thrilled to be here and have the chance to watch this unfold live. The lightweight men, 45 to 49. That's the red boat graphic on the screen. And then you can see the key up at the top right. So the lightweight men, 40 to 44. And then the 40 to 49 open weight men in the yellow graphics on the right side. So a full look then, or just a quick pan across some of these screens to look at our virtual athletes. So our athletes running from home, that was Michael Marsh for a moment. His target time, 6:15, the Australian full global representation. And we'll take then a look at the leaderboard, Natasha.
Absolutely. So we have a couple 6:15 targeted times from both Toby Clay and from Michael Marsh. So we'll see if they can hit that today. They're a little bit off pace here. They're on to 1:36. They need about a 1:34 to get a little bit closer to that projected time. But I think we'll really see them start to push off one another in this scenario. We can see we have Adam Lobo from in the arena. So he is going at let me just pull out his face here. Do you have his face on you?
And a full look then at the two athletes below. Pennington, Holvig, and Toby Clay up at the top of the field for Great Britain. 1:36.32 strokes per minute in hot pursuit. Just behind him, Michael Marsh from Australia, just 2 meters separating those two. Joseph Harrington of Canada running third, riding with Toby Clay in the bottom right side of the screen. So Toby Clay, fast and furious. Again, he is our leader, 33 strokes per minute. Big acceleration into the back half. You see the legs come down, but a really good swing as well from him.
Absolutely. And we can see him try to increase that distance between him in third place, Joseph Harrington, and try to catch up to Toby Clay here, who is still in the lead only by 4 meters as they pass through this 900 meter mark. So they've got over half the race done, which is great to see. And on the other side, there's still a very tight race for the light men's 45 to 49. So that's going to be Ashley Lawrence and Vadim Lawrence, both from Canada, both competing in person there. There's a little bit of a difference in their splits here. We've got a 144 as opposed to a 148, but still a relatively close race from these two Canadians. And then if we look at the light men's 40 to 44 here as they head through the 750, Rastil has really pulled away nice and strong, a nice high rate here, 36, 37-ish. And we can see that he's starting to be about 50 meters ahead of his nearest competition, which is quite impressive. You can see Toby Clay, still our leader in the bottom right of your screen. Look at that stroke. He's really accelerating, isn't he?
Yeah, I love to watch Toby Clay race. I mean, you just see the passion and the big swing into the second half of the stroke. He said his target time is 6:15. The 49-year-old from Great Britain. He started indoor rowing in 2021 after knee injuries forced him to stop running. He said shortly after buying his erg, he watched the Virtual World Championships 2021 online. He became inspired. He got involved, and he is leading the pack now in 2023. Last month, he was the winner of the 40 to 49 European Indoor Rowing Championships in Paris. So he's on a roll, and he shows no sign of slowing down.
Absolutely. I love to see these rowers coming from different sports and heading to indoor rowing. It tends to be a little bit easier on the knees than running, so a lot of people will cite that as the reason. But it's amazing to get into such a competitive sport that you can compete with at any age here. So I think we're heading into the final sprint. We've got Alonso. He is currently leading or in second place for the light men 40 to 44. We have the two Lawrences, Dean and Ashley. They are very close to one another within 30 meters, and you can see they're pacing together heading to that line. But it looks like it's going to be Toby Clay and Mike Marsh, and they have looks like about 150 meters left in their race. And you can really hear the crowd going on here as they're heading to that finish line. Same sprint. We'll see who takes it. I think it might be Toby Clay through the finish. And it is. Look at that, Colleen.
Wow, Toby Clay, fantastic. Super, super cool. Oh, there's his support team. Oh, we love to see it. So they were out of the picture. They were there the whole time. Toby Clay with another fantastic performance, a 134.3 average split, and just high fives all around. We can just see the pain on his face. This athlete from Great Britain. His target time was 6:15. So really able to put it down today and come in well, just a couple seconds off of that, but still a fabulous job. And a look then at the leaderboard as the rest of these times roll in back down to the floor for our in-person athletes. We'll get a sense of what's happening in Toronto, Canada. Oh, and Miroslav Rastil, his father, also an Olympian rower rather. His father was a triple Olympian. And of course, his son, as we mentioned, an Olympic rower too. So it's all in the family, and a job well done to Miroslav of the Czech Republic.
Absolutely. And as we watch the last few boats come in here, some of the boats have turned white, so we'll be getting their scores a little bit after the fact. But look how tight some of these races are, especially for first place. Between Toby Clay and Michael Marsh, that's a 134.3 versus a 134.6. So that's quite the tight race there. We also have a very tight race in between Nuno Colo and Christian Molvig down here in the light men's 40 to 44 category. Both are holding a 138, 138.1, 138.9, and then a 139.0 from Sierra from Spain as well. So really tight races as we move down the leaderboard, which is super motivating to see.
Yeah, good luck then at the full leaderboard in the final stretch of this. And all of the athletes then in their final and through the line, in fact. So Camilla, really, really cool. It sounds like we've got some exciting world records perhaps too.
Oh, yes, we're going to wait to see if those are confirmed. But I think news just in, potentially a new lightweight world record there for 40 to 44 from Miroslav Rastil in a time of 6:13.6. breaking the previous record by 0.4 of a second. Amazing for the Czech athlete. And as you say, kind of runs in the family there, rowing pedigree. Some great results as well across the board. We've just seen there Toby Clay winning out over Michael Marsh. That's Joseph Harrington on screen now, all the way from Mississauga. But some great celebrations all around, and just great, just reading some of the stories here. You know, Toby Clay won out very, very closely there. It went right down to the wire. A Brit living in Spain. We've then got Michael Marsh, an Australian living in Great Britain, dialing in from there. So it doesn't matter where you are, or where you originated your rowing story, you can tune in and you can compete here at the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships. And these championships, of course, are presented by Concept 2, who we're going to hear a message from just now. Great to hear from our presenting partner, Concept 2. Well, the races come thick and fast here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships, and we're straight on to the next race, which is a big one. 41 competitors racing across these next categories, 14 virtually and 27 in person in this 2-kilometre race for the 45 to 49 women, the 40 to 44 women, and the 45 to 49 and 40 to 44 lightweight women. Colleen and Natasha, this is a big old race, this one.
Yeah, it's a massive field, isn't it? And we love to see the variety, and thrilling to be able to watch it all together. So we get a look then at the athletes in their first 250 meters. On the right side of the screen, the 45 to 49 women, and on the left side, the 40 to 44, then the lightweights 45 to 49 are the green boats, and then just it appears one entrant for the lightweight 40 to 44. So we'll start to get a look then at what this looks like at home for these virtual athletes, and nighttime for most of them, so they'll have to adapt to that, won't they, Natasha?
Yes, absolutely. That's the one cost of going across time zones for sure. Some are night, some are morning, but here in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada, it is 2:30. So middle of the afternoon here when these athletes are going. Once again, when you are looking at the boat numbers, if you're seeing a boat number above 100, that means that athlete is competing virtually. And here, when you see a number from 1 to 99, here we've got Bella Darty, and she's got a 53. That means they're competing in person. So this is the view from the floor. We can see that's what 28 strokes per minute at a 157 looks like. So we have a great view from the floor here. These are all the women competing in this category, and you can see some are rowing together, some are rowing separately. Colleen, do you think there's sort of a strategy in rowing with the person next to you, or just staying, individual in your own lane?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because it does become kind of this intimate moment when you're seated next to someone in an indoor rowing competition, right? You want to be most attentive to your own monitor, to your own race, but no doubt they'll be sort of glancing right and left, and that's the thrill of doing it indoors, and of being together in person, and of course the hybrid allowing for athletes really all over the world to participate as well. So I think, to answer your question, well, they'll probably be staying in their own lane, so to speak, but we may see sort of that glance left and right. Currently, though, at the bottom of the screen, getting a sense, excuse me, of our athletes from all over the world in the women's 40 to 44 age category. So a good look at the field, and up at the top in that group, it's Nina Thoking of Switzerland, with quite a margin truly over the rest of the field. We can see that she's really making a statement moving through the second quarter of this race and looking toward that 1,000-meter mark. Natasha, do you think this is part of the race strategy to get out and stay out?
Oh, absolutely. And if we look at her splits right now, she's at like a 143-ish at a 33 rate. And watching her stroke, she looks quite comfortable. So I think we could be in sub 7-minute territory if she's able to keep this pace below 145 through the 1K. And that is phenomenal to see in this sort of atmosphere. She's looking for a target time of 6:45 but has a qualification score of 7:22. So if she cuts it right down the middle, she's just breaking 7 minutes. And she is the Swiss record holder. So definitely keep an eye on her as we head through the third 500 of this race. We're just passing the 1K now. Not far behind her, though, is Jordan Falcone. And we'll just switch over to the 45 to 49. These are the heavy women that you see on your screen now. Once again, the 100 level are going to be virtually competing there. We can see Lenny Baseland competing just in the middle of your screen, and she's only 11 meters off Nardia Guam. And so she is going to be holding a solid 153 there, 151. So these are times that are just under 7 minutes and 30 seconds. We've got Leslie Smith from Canada. It looks like she's wearing a Dawn Rowing Club uni, so from my hometown, Mississauga here, really representing, and she is doing a great job at around 30 strokes per minute, holding a 206, 207, especially heading into this 500. Can you take us through the rest of the competitors?
Yeah, absolutely. So the rest of the competitors that we're looking at now, it's that category of the 45 to 49-year-old women. So Lena Bielslund up at the top, the Norwegian athlete participating remotely. We see her in the bottom left side of the screen. Her qualification score 7:15, her target time 7:15. So a very measured race plan, at least that's what she's going for. She's a European champion on the 2,000-meter distance within that 45 to 49 age category. And she got that accolade in January 2023. Several other accolades within this category across the past several years. So perhaps not surprising to see her out ahead. She was the Open Nordic champion in February 2023 for both the 2K and 1,000-meter distance. She's currently leading, and I'm just so impressed by her margin as well. So she went off really strong. A little bit more of a closer margin, I'd say, over the last several hundred meters, but she's still able, with a good 15-meter or so delta, to hold off anyone just behind her. Although, as I say that, well, it's getting a little bit tighter up at the top, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. So we've got Baseland and Gaumier, and they are within 16 meters of one another. But we'll look back at Nina Tholking because we are heading into that sprint here, and she is looking like she's going to get a sub 7-minute time here. It's a 1:43. She has stayed nice and consistent, but her rate is skyrocketing now to about a 38. So that's Nina Tholking, and that's going to be the women's 40 to 44 category. And it looks like she's going to break 7 minutes here, which is incredibly exciting. So that's going to be the red boats. These here on your screen are the yellow ones. That once again is going to be Baseland, who you see right here. She is heading through the 250-meter marker. So she knows she just has a sprint left to keep that 20-meter lead on Nardia. Oh, I think this is just a virtual glitch here that we see that lead switching. I think it is a 20-meter lead on here. And then we have a tight race for third between Canada's Anne Moriarty and Sonia Ducourt, Mexico. So that's going to be another tight race to decide the place here. But look at them as they head through that line. We've got Nina Tholking, and she has almost hit her split here. She's got a 6:47. She was going for a 6:45. That's incredible. Jordan Falcone, 7:09, still an incredibly good time behind her. And Lainey Baseland has won. You can see her celebrating here. Look at that emotion, Colleen.
Oh, I love to see it. Yeah, Lena Bielsen, the Norwegian sculler whom we were, Nina Tholking rather, riding with. And a look then at Nardia Willemia, just thrilled behind her, her support team, and we see a smile on her face as well. Really, really a great job, well done. That's a 45 to 49 age category. So again, we just had several different categories racing alongside each other. Currently riding with the women 40 to 49, and the final few competitors coming in as well. Julie Pukin from Canada in her final 100 meters. And fantastic to see, but Nina Tolkien remotely our leader there within that category. This is a look at the Canadian Leslie Smith.
And so she won the lightweight 45 to 49 category there by a convincing margin with an 8:07.8 time, the next fastest being 8:18. So here is our overall leaderboard. You can see the different races denoted by the different color boats. And we've had quite a performance here by our lead athletes. The leads have been very, very convincing with tighter races between second and third place in these events. So really exciting to see these last few athletes get cheered across the line. They are in-person athletes, so they'll definitely hear the cheering from inside the arena.
So that's a full view then of the field. Absolutely incredible racing, fast times, grit from around the world. In some cases, athletes racing overnight, and others in New Zealand, we saw the daytime peaking out. So really phenomenal to see, and well done, especially to our leaders there for each of their categories. Lena Bielslin, Nina Tolking. Gosh, Camilla, what an exciting event. So much to look at there.
Yeah, so many athletes competing both virtually and in person there, and more world records falling, which is absolutely sensational. We've seen a number of them fall throughout the day, and this race, no exception. A new world record for the women's 40 to 44 age category set by Nina Tolking of Switzerland, a time of 6:47.4. That knocks almost a second off the previous world record. So huge congratulations there to Nina. Great to see such stiff competition here in each of these events. But yeah, amazing stuff. And I think for me, the sort of sense of community of everyone dialing in is just awesome. I think those close races feel just as close regardless of where you are. And yeah, it doesn't stop the pace from slowing down. So we've still got plenty to come on the schedule for the next few hours. Stay tuned, stay with us, because just around the corner we've got the 40 to 44 men. It's another 2-kilometer race, so we'll be looking very closely at those times to see how close we can get to some of the world best times. 10 virtual competitors in this next race, 23 competing in Mississauga, and there they are lining up on the start line. Colleen.
Yeah, there they are in the start line indeed. And in fact, we joined them just before the go mark. So sitting at attention, there's the buzzer. Fast and furious underway, the 40 to 44 men. This is a huge category. So you get a sense of the field here as we look at those yellow graphics in the first 100 meters or so, just sorting themselves out. But many, many different competitors in this race. It'll stack up to be just an absolutely competitive and an incredible event here for the 40 to 44. In the early goings, well, Matt McLean having a bit of a battle with Stephen Doyle of Australia, McLean of the USA, James Wade. Look at these graphics flipping all around, Natasha. It's like they're sorting themselves out in the first few hundred.
Yeah, absolutely. They're deciding how hard they want to go out. Once you have that lead, it's hard to let it go, to go back down to the pace that you want to keep. Over here, James Wade, he's the defending champion from the 2021-22 season. So I'm sure we'll see him trying to give a great performance here. Both of these athletes on the leaderboard, athletes from Great Britain, are in person right now. So they're hearing the whole stadium there in Mississauga cheer them on. But quite high rates being here, even higher than some of the lightweight men. They're up around a 35 at the top. So quite high, and we'll expect to see them settle a little bit, especially as they head into around the middle 1,000 of their race. But isn't that a great picture of the arena, Colleen?
Yeah, really great look at the arena, isn't it? I love those overhead shots. I mean, we're able in some instances like here to get up close and personal with the athletes to see the pain on their face, the lactic acid moving through their body. And then in other cases to really just pan out, right, and see that full field and get a sense of perhaps what it's like to be there, the sights and sounds. Well, the race underway, what's happening? Well, it's starting to get a little bit more consistent, I'd say, as these athletes sort themselves now into the second quarter, currently riding with Anton Grasel, the Slovakian athlete, holding a fourth quite closely, though, to the top three. So he's just about 9 meters off of the leader, who at the moment is James Wade of Great Britain. So we'll see if he continues this pace or if he's able to negative split it. But we're coming toward halfway.
We are, and at that halfway point, we're going to see sort of the stamina start to pay off. We're going to see whether or not people can hold on, start going into a sprint, that kind of thing. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. This is James Wade. This is your leader on the screen. And now we've got Nicholas Thomas. This is his main challenger right now, who's 2 meters away from him. You can see him in front, and he's really trying to get ahead. Notice the variety in stroke lengths here. We have Stephen Doyle, who's a little bit further down on our list. He's going to be challenging for that 5th position there. And then we've got Nicholas Thomas once again. So we're just flipping through all of these different views. But these are all athletes heading through the 1 kilometer mark. They're halfway through the race. They're making a call to try to make a move here and really set themselves up well. But look at Eric Madden from the US. He has moved up. He's in 3rd place, depending on the connection here. But he just moved up from about 6th place between Jim Berriman and Ricardo Tamala. So really good moves from Eric Madden. And I think we're going to continue to see him negative split here. So 133, 132. Can you take us through this next 750?
Yeah, the next 750, I'd love to. Right now we're riding with Diaby from Algeria. So fantastic to see him there, perhaps in his home gym or his local gym all the way from Algeria with us. A look then at the leaderboard. Well, it's looking really good, as we can see, for Nicholas Thomas. He's managed to overhaul James Wade, but only 3 meters separating them. So James Wade, a British Royal Marine, he says he started indoor rowing seriously back in 2020 due to the COVID lockdown. And then has accolades after that from that 2020 season. So he's here, he's right in the mix, and he is in hot pursuit of that 1st place position. In fact, it's flipping back and forth, as we can see just a little bit. The Nicholas Thomas of the USA able to hold court. Thomas, though, down at 30 strokes per minute, so he's got somewhere to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in this last 500, they've got a final sprint that they really have to focus on right now. And we're going to start to see those stroke rates go up. We're going to start to see that power go up. But you can see the grimace on James Wade's face. He knows that this is his last sort of 400, 300 meters. And he really has to send it if he's going to overtake Nicholas Thomas. But it looks like he's doing a fantastic job here. He's down around a 131. So just undercutting Thomas here. And he might have to run away with it. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll see, right? It's ever so close as we take a look at those times rolling in the final 250 meters. So really, really, exciting part of the race as a spectator, grueling part as an athlete. Feels good because you know the line is close, but they will be throwing everything they have at these final couple of 100 meters. Nicholas Thomas at the moment able to hold off Wade, but just barely. So the question is, 39 strokes per minute. Is Wade able to just edge himself ahead, or will Thomas hold? That's a look at the athlete from Great Britain. So that's James Wade right there in the final stretch. So tight, Natasha.
It really is, but it looks like he wins it by 0.2. He just did enough. Look at him realizing right now how he finished. Good for him, but man, the absolute pain to just hold on through that last 500 meters. Look how close this finish was, though. Every athlete in the 133s. We've got Eric Madden, Stephen Payne, Dylan Dragswick, even Henry Volainen, and Jim Merriman. So we've got a whole host of people all within a second of one another. Really, really close. And we can see here we have a few finishers now, again, within 10 years of one another. We know they can see that on the screen. They're just finishing up now. But it's James Wade coming in second by 0.2. What an effort by this athlete.
So close. And such an example, too, of how the hybrid racing, right? The virtual someone at home from somewhere else in the world, and then someone competing in Toronto, right, can just be ever so close in those tenths of seconds. So what a thrill to watch as we get a look then at the full board for the men 40 to 44. Incredibly competitive across the board, and a job well done to all competitors. Nicholas Thomas up there at the top, super, super close. As I kind of gasp, take a breath. And in fact, you see Thomas there, the bottom left side of the screen, catching his breath just like everyone else in that stadium in Toronto. So fabulous to see those two go head to head. Just fantastic competition. Camilla, he has to be quite pleased with those two tenths of a second or 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, barely anything to split the two there on other sides of the world. But yeah, huge congratulations there to all of our medalists in that men's 40 to 44 category. Just, yeah, sensational racing from start to finish. Well, we've got a little bit more time to spare before our next race, which will be the 17 to 18 women, the under 17 women coming up next. That will be 9 virtual athletes and 17 in-person athletes taking on a slightly different distance. We've got the 500 meters. So, Colleen, I guess coming to you first, what is the difference, I guess, when approaching this shorter distance?
Yeah, of course. It's 25% of a 2,000 meter race, so it's significantly shorter. And I always think when I think of 500-meter sprints, and we're, in Toronto, Canada, I think of the Dash for Cash, if anyone's familiar with that, at the Canadian Henley. But that 500-meter distance, and maybe Natasha, you can tell us more about that in a moment. But yeah, it's a completely different strategy. You want to go out fast and just hold, never settle.
Absolutely. I think never settle is a little bit of a misnomer. We saw some people in the same sort of categories earlier for the men. They found they really paid for it around the 300 meters to go line if they didn't settle in. So it's going out really hard. We'll see a lot of the indoor rowers jumping around, and then we'll end up with a little bit of a settle and then a race to the finish. So I'm excited to see what times they come up with.
Well, we'll have to wait just a few moments for that, because first up, we've got an interview coming with one of our winners, Toby Clay of Great Britain.
It felt pretty tight all the way through, 2 or 3 meters, just doing the hardest just to keep in front. Good, happy. What's the time? I can finish this pain. I just wanted to get ahead and just try and keep that lead if I could, which fortunately I was able to do. I'm very happy. My wife and my son are here at the moment, and I have friends watching online all around the world. So I'm quite proud to see that.
Oh, Toby Clay of Great Britain coming live from Spain there for his interview. Huge congratulations to him. You could still see how much that had taken out of him, even in that post-race interview. Well, as we've said, we're changing the distance up. We're shaking it up, some shorter racing now, and some junior athletes taking to the stage. So, Natasha, I guess, you've rowed yourself as a junior. What kind of things would you be kind of looking to for preparation in sort of the earlier days of your rowing career?
Absolutely. So in the earlier days, what you're really looking for is just experience. I find people are really really giving you a lot of information from all angles, but unless you get out there and you race, especially at big events like these, you don't really know how to handle the nerves from it, that kind of thing. So I think that's really important for these rowers. A lot of them, this is going to be their first appearance on a world stage. So it is great to see that they're taking advantage of it. And these are where you first start to get to the names that are going to be relevant to indoor rowing and rowing in general in years to come. So especially with some of these leaders, pay attention because they are young, but they are mighty.
They are young but mighty. So we'll get those names in just a second, taking on that 500 metres. But first, a short message from our presenting partners, Concept 2. Big thanks to Concept 2, our presenting partner. So great to see all of their machines lining up in Mississauga, where our in-person event is taking place. So we've got another couple of minutes before this next race start, which will be the 500 metre for the 17 to 18 women and the under 17 women. We just heard from Natasha a little bit more about what these junior athletes, these sort of 17 to 18 and under 17 women might be looking to achieve from competing on the world stage. But Colleen, I guess for you, is there any advice that you would give when approaching this 500 metres for an athlete that's perhaps earlier on in their career?
Yeah, it's so interesting, Camilla. Natasha, as you were describing, I love how you said, it's experience. They are so hungry to get out and to race and to get more and more experiences under their belt. And I was sort of reflecting that one of the things that I love about watching junior rowing is the fearlessness that you can really see in many of these athletes right before they sort of maybe figure out, figure out how to pace themselves, or at least at this stage, the 17 to 18-year-olds, many of them will have rowed for quite a while, but some of them will still be figuring that stuff out. And so I think you see that fearlessness, and my advice would be like, just go for it, just go for it. Just if you think you need to in a 500 meter scenario, settle at X, like just go for whatever feels good in that moment, and don't be so bound to whatever the race strategy is, which I think by the time you're a senior, it can be a real sort of point that you're thinking of regardless of the distance. So I'm really excited to see these young athletes just go for it. And that'd be my advice. And we'll see how that develops then, because we do have a race underway. So it's the women 17 to 18 years old, and then the women under 17. And it is a fast and furious start, Natasha.
Oh, absolutely. And we're starting to see the leaderboard sort itself out, but this is the initial jump off of the start. They're just going as hard as they can, and it looks like they'll try to keep this pace. But around 250 meters to go, we'll see what it ends up being. We have Annalise Hall, who is a heavyweight here, maybe a lightweight here, who is, or under 17, here we go, who is at a 130 pace, so doing remarkably well, but high at that 40 stroke rate, which is really hard to sustain over time. We have Mayam Ahmed in Egypt, who is 1 meter off the Estonian Doris Heimbeck. So it's really interesting to see that battle happening over there. Of course, both parties can see the other person on their screen. 150 meters to go, Colleen. What are they feeling?
Oh my goodness, it's go, go, go. I think that's what they're feeling. The lactic acid is pumping. It's a 500 meter sprint, but the line is already so close. So less than 100 meters from Estonia, Doris Meinbeck up at the top of the field, just charging at 41 strokes per minute. That's Annalise Hall from the United States, under 17 woman, representing her rowing club there on the side, Triangle Rowing Club. They're already through the line. It's over before it starts, with so many of these athletes now rolling into their final few strokes. Just incredible.
Oh yeah, we can see Annalise Hall just breaking that 130 marker, which is phenomenal for women, especially her age. So great job. Got Niamh Cassidy. They hold a couple current records in Ireland right now. So great to see them coming to our race at a 134.5. And then the field really opens up after that in terms of experience. But great job. You can see the effort from all of these athletes, can't you?
Yeah, just so exciting. And a look then as we come back to the arena there in Toronto. Doris Meinbeck, a job well done from Estonia, 18 years old. And she says a 21 times Estonian rower champion, owner of gold and 2 silver medals at the 2022 World Indoor Championships. So no stranger to the indoor experience. And she's done just a great job. There she is with her supporters, maybe with her coach. She says she's been rowing for 7 years. Before that, she was a swimmer. We know swimmers can often translate into phenomenal rowers, and she's got to feel pretty good with her supporters there around her, and a great time for this 500-meter distance. So 132.1 for Meinbeck. Closest to her was the Egyptian athlete Mayem Ahmed at 135.4. So she's done a nice job and pretty decidedly taken this 500-meter sprint.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, that's for the 17 to 18 age category. So we'll definitely look to see Annalise Hall from the US move up and age up into that category in future, and maybe even pull lower splits. We'll see. But incredible performance from all of these athletes. We'll just go through here. Their start, we can see they are trying to do the most linear motion possible, but they really need to hold down those indoor rowers. Otherwise, you can see them jumping like in the webcam video over here.
So cool. That's Annalise Hall, under 17. Again, Triangle Rowing Club. Love that. Just perfectly perched there in position for us to take note. So just phenomenal, Camilla. You talked about strategy. They were just gone before I even had a minute to really think about it.
Yeah, you can't really think when the pace is that quick, can you? And more world best times here. They're tumbling race after race, and absolutely no exception here. We just saw Annalisa Hall there on screen. She is now the holder of the new world record for under 17s, a crazy 129.6. She's dipped that world record under 130 for the first time ever for under 17. So huge congratulations to the American athlete. Just stunning to be able to pull out that kind of performance when the world is watching. So incredible. And we've got more to look forward to, because we're going to be bouncing straight in from the women to the men now. It's the 17 to 18s men. They're about to line up. We've got all 11 competitors here coming to us virtually, Colleen.
Yeah, that's right. They're all coming in virtually, and just a fantastic shot then on the right side of what that looks like in their various home nations. So incredible to really get a sense of this fully global event. You can see their countries just to the left of their names, that stop rowing graphic, and the way now we'll see it in a moment. So sitting ready and just waiting for that starting moment. So different time zones, different geos, but all around the world, these 11 athletes currently with the handle in their hands, awaiting the buzzer.
And they are off. We're going to see some very fast times here. Keep an eye on Abdalrahman Syed. He is going for a 119. So much like going under 130 for women, going under 120 for the men would be absolutely incredible here. We've got some times. Here we can see we have Sai fighting right here now to keep it around a 123. He's got a full cheering squad going with him. And here we have, I'll need help with the pronunciation, Colleen Sujes. going
Suja
at around
is beautiful.
19.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, Suja is from Latvia, so qualification score of 119.9 in this 500-meter blast to the line as we start to see those icons, the yellow boats, as it were, start to settle. But settle's not really a word that I'm going to say much in this event, is it? Because there's still so many of them up in the high 40s, that 47 strokes per minute, signifying the total number of strokes that they're taking. But Suzesh, maybe, 37, 38, so he's got somewhere to go. Already less than 100 meters left, and Assad running second, just 1 meter behind him.
And look at that, separated by a 1/10 of a second after the end of that race. After working for 1 minute and 19 seconds, it's really splitting hairs here. And we have incredibly fast times coming even through the middle. Breaking that 120 marker is absolutely phenomenal. Hitting his qualification score once again, which is 119.9. So doing a bit of an improvement on his qualification score is Susej. And then here we have Saad, and he is taking some well-deserved breaths of oxygen after working so hard for that race. And here we have our 3rd place, Mustafa Kemal from Egypt here. So yeah, working really hard and seeing some pretty incredible splits under 120. My goodness.
And yeah, a great look then at Jel Dian from Saudi Arabia, in fact. So a full global tour as we look across the board, including, yeah, India as well. So just fantastic to see. And that's a nighttime scenario there for him as he stands up off the erg. Just fantastic. So India, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Dominica, the Philippines, Italy, just some of the countries represented in those 500-meter dashes for the men 17 to 18. What a tour around the world, Camilla.
Yeah, a truly global event, Colleen, and great to see such huge levels of participation there from Egypt, taking 2 spots on the podium, as you mentioned. But first, before we jump into the next race we've got underway, it will be an interview coming to us live from Mississauga.
Great, thank you very much, Camilla, joined by Danica Sweats. You had the top time in the previous race, race number 19, a 1:40, which you told me was a personal best. What is it like, though, competing with people both on the competition floor but also virtually? Because you were 1st place in person but finished 3rd overall in your race.
It's very different because I'm used to doing a lot of in-person training and a lot of in-person races. So racing virtually, you definitely don't know exactly where you're at overall because of other people's times and just seeing the differences and the lag in the media. So it's very different. It's definitely more nerve-wracking trying to figure it out.
So you're still young, you're a teenager, your entire athletic career ahead of you. Is rowing your sport of choice, or is it a supplement for something else?
It works together. It's becoming more of my main sport. I do national inline speed skating in America, and I've done it internationally for the past 4 or 5 years now. So it's definitely becoming a main sport, but inline speed skating has always had like a place helping along.
If you keep hitting PBs, it might be your sport of choice for the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so many people finding indoor rowing through many different pathways. We've seen swimmers, we've seen CrossFitters, we've got people who have just found the rowing machine through whatever training they are doing, and some on water rowers as well competing, so not to forget them too. But we've already teased the fact that we've got the 17 to 18 men just around the corner. And as my apologies, we've just had the 17 to 18 men. Next up, we should have the under 17 men and the 17 to 18 men as well. And this is, again, a hybrid event with 11 virtual, 25 in person. This is a big event that's been split across 2 separate races here. So even more to kind of look forward to. And can we get some of those people that look like they might be on the podium in the previous event pushed off in this one, Colleen? Natasha, I feel like you might have to pick up here just where Colleen is. Sounds not quite with us, but Natasha, I think all of these people in the next race are going to be looking to try and find their way onto the podium.
Yes, absolutely. So they've seen that under 120 time, and they are probably shaking a little bit. It's really something to aim for, but they will be able to see that target boat, I believe, on their screens. So they'll know what time they're going for. They'll know what they're competing for. But it is, as we say, a 500-meter race. So it is quite difficult to try and strategize as you're doing it. They'll just be going as hard as physically possible for this next 500 meters. Colleen, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm back. Just a bit of user error with the mute button there for the cough. So thanks for bearing with me, everyone. But yeah, back and really thrilled to see this race get underway. So I think you're spot on, Natasha. They'll have acknowledged the times in the prior round, at least most people, and be prepared for what's to come here. So they're sitting now with the handle in hand, told to stop rowing and just wait. And we'll get a real sense then of the global tour around the world here. Artem Baranov with a handle in hand. And it's attention and go for the under 17 men 500-meter sprint and the men 17 to 18. So we see the graphics, those boats indicating the speed. The athletes just fly out of the gates, as it were. First 100 meters, and it's already looking really quick underway. Natasha, as these start to sort of sort and settle, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. They're heading through the 350 mark now. You can see they went out quite quickly. So we're actually looking at the right side of the screen here. We've got the Ukrainian Yaroslav Zakharov, who is in first right now with a 122, but being challenged by Omar Al-Salid, who is at a 124. So we'll see what happens here. Al-Said is at around a 43, 45 stroke rate. So incredibly high stroke rate. We'll see if he can keep it. We have two Ukrainians down there in our webcam view, so we can keep an eye on those who are going quite fast right now. Last 100 meters, Colleen, take us through it.
Yeah, super quick, isn't it? Up at the top of the field, though, continues to be, well, Yaroslav Zakharov up at the top, just ever so close. I dare not even call it 0.2 of a second separating him. It's the Italian just able to overhaul him, just barely. Look at the joy on his face, just fantastic. That's Lucio Fugazzotto of Italy for the under 17 men, 0.2 of a second to overhaul the two Ukrainians, but those two Ukrainians on the podium, as it were. So smiles, exhaustion, cheers as well for those athletes. This is Artem Baranov of Ukraine. A job well done. He says, he's born into a family of rowers. So clearly, that family there with him in this moment. Just pure exhaustion. The 500-meter sprints take a lot out of you.
Yeah, and we can't forget, so that was the under 17 race that had that drama, but we cannot forget that we have the 17 and 18 race as well going on, and we did hit a 1:18.8 with Mathias Derhus from Denmark. So that is going to be one incredible time that we have to keep in mind there at the bottom left of your screen.
Yeah, really good times indeed. This is Matteo Derhus, Danish athlete. We see him just giving a fist bump and a high five. It's been really touching, I think. In many of these bios that the athletes have submitted, they said they're just pleased to come and meet folks from around the world, and to get to know people, that they're competing against. So that's part of course, the benefit of being on site in Toronto, and we have evidence of that right now.
Absolutely. And that's one of the great things about social media, virtual workouts in this day and age as well, is that you can really connect with your peers through these shared experiences, competing on the world rowing stage. Like, that is something that doesn't happen so often, especially for those who came to qualify. So it's really an incredible experience.
Yeah, incredible indeed. We see him just kind of cooling down here. And gosh, the 500-meter sprints have been really fantastic to watch. They're so quick. Camilla, any thoughts on the action in that round?
I just feel like 500 meters, like you say, you blink and you miss it. And I also think that the the sort of cross heat competition, like you say, it just makes it so much more challenging to try and really pit for a time that will get you a medal. Well, we're going to jump now straight into an interview with another one of our competitors.
Really good race. I caught a cold earlier this week. I didn't know how to perform on this, but it felt really good. Just keeping my body moving and keep breathing. My dad and my brother, if you guys want to come in. Yeah.
Come on in, Ev. Her brother's a rower at Carolina at UNC Chapel Hill.
I train about 6 times a week with my team, 3RC, Triangle Rowing Club.
Well, great to hear from Annalisa Hall of the USA, that record breaker, and she'll be looking to make the USA teams later on in the year, especially for the beach sprints and the coastal events as well. So look out for her in more forms and formats of the competition. So we've had under 17 men, 17 to 18 men. We've got more 500 meters in just a second. And the next of those will be the 23 to 39 lightweight women and the 23 to 39 lightweight men. Now, there is no kind of open category this year. This is probably the closest thing that we've got to a sort of open age category. It covers a huge proportion of athletes who, can race at that sort of, young adult level, 23 to 39, and they're lining up on the start line now, Natasha.
Yes, so this is going to be a highly competitive category. These are going to be lightweight, so lightweight women and lightweight men that we see here. The lightweight women are going to be the ones in yellow. The light men are going to be in red for this 23 to 39 age category. And from lightweights, Colleen, what kind of rates can we expect? I know they rate high.
Yeah, I love watching lightweight racing, as I mentioned earlier, and love it on the erg as well, because you do often see lightweight rowers just able to quickly, and fluidly get up and down the slide and keep the rate quite high. So we'll make for a thrilling 500-meter dash, I imagine. And for now, well, we're taking our tour around the world, as it were, and getting a look into the lives of many of these athletes, as we've mentioned a few times, their support team, their crew, their family, their coaches, their friends. Look into just what this competition looks and feels like for them. So spanning around, I love seeing the flags, just the representation again of these various geos and the enthusiasm and support behind each and every one of it. But yeah, quite a broad age range, as we've mentioned too. So it's 23 to 39, and we'll be looking at both men and women in this lightweight category. So waiting for them to pick up the handles any moment. And these few seconds before you get there, Natasha, like, what's that like for an athlete?
Few seconds? If you thought you weren't nervous before, those few seconds really humble you. You really get to know that we're all human. We all have that moment of, can I do this? But even better is the moment when you finish the race and you realize that you can. So I think a lot of athletes are looking forward to knowing that 2 minutes from now, it's all going to be over and they just have to give their best effort in this place. Keep an eye on Hansen from Denmark. So she is the current winner of the World Rowing Indoor Championships for the 500-meter distance. She won gold in the 30 to 39 lightweight category in past years. So we'll see if she can defend that title here. That'll be something to watch for sure.
Yeah, definitely something to watch. It's been a real pleasure today, just seeing so many records be broken and the anticipation of what's to come. And of course, all of tomorrow's events, we can expect to see even more. So the athletes then sitting ready, and we can hear the announcer. And again, truly representation from all over the world, including Malaysia. We were sitting with Zakaria of Malaysia just a few moments ago. Zarina Zakaria, currently a student athlete doing a master's in information technology. It's been involved in rowing since 2014. And fantastic to see her here among so much talent across the world.
Absolutely. And we'll see a lot of athletes promoting in. Now, the times that we're looking for in this race as well, we're going to be looking somewhere in the high 130s to 140s. Remember that these women had to weigh in at 61.5, I believe, kilograms. And then the men had to weigh in at 75. So they're all very close in weight here, but they won't quite be hitting the splits as the open heavyweight racers will. So we'll probably be looking around high 130s to 140s for the women, and for the men, we'll be looking at around the 120s. So we'll see how that plays out for them.
Yeah, that's exactly right on the weight kilograms. So they'll have, weighed in to be able to participate in this lightweight event, and all kinds of strategies to make sure that you do that effectively, that you stay hydrated, that you stay nourished. It's a real art, which I admire in how these athletes sort of manage their own athletic pursuits and think about lightweight racing in general. Can see them just sitting ready, and we should have a race here underway. Sitting with the athlete currently, Faiza Lentan from the Philippines. So the 23-year-old with good support all around her. And then back to the not the studio, but the arena in Toronto.
And they are off. So heading off the line, as we see some stroke rates up in the 50s, especially from Hansen, who we said is the one to watch here for the light women's race. For the light men, it looks like we have Craig Mumby in front, but a little bit slower stroke rates. They're sort of settling in here at around a 38, 37. But once again, for the women, we have Krimi Khadija, who is an Olympian who raced in Tokyo and Rio. So she's going to be leading us through the 250-meter mark. Pauline, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, well, now, Natasha, that's exactly where my eye went as well, to Khadija, because she's managed to overhaul at the moment from Denmark, Hansen. So Hansen's still just behind her, but about 11 meters. Hansen won the gold in the 500-meter distance in this category in 2021, 2022. That was the 30 to 39 lightweight category. So she's one to watch, but wow, it's getting really hot as we move toward the final 100 meters. For the lightweight men, will Craig Mumby of Great Britain on the charge?
He really is. We've got a 128, 129. It looks like he's going to break 130 here, holding on across the line, and he smashes it by a long shot, 126. Followed on his heels is Oliver Banks, 132. Daniel Johnston, Devin Ingram. But for the women's race, we have Krimi Khadija. She is in the lead by a convincing margin by almost 2 seconds here over the Dane Hansen. And you can see her celebrating. My goodness, what an effort by this athlete.
Yeah, fantastic in Tunisia. So fantastic to see. There's Hansen just making sure that she's got the photo evidence of the time that she's posted, which is just fantastic. So that 138.6 we see in the bottom left side of her screen. Really, really exciting stuff. The 34-year-old from the Faroe Islands just catching her breath after that big effort, that 500-meter dash.
Camilla, we'll hand it back to you. What did you think from that race?
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to see kind of, previous champions pitted against new sort of up and coming athletes, but also, you know, well-versed athletes as well. And Krimi Khadija of Tunisia, a silver medalist from last year, managing to upgrade that to being a gold this year ahead of Sarita Christina Hansen. You know, this is all about improving on looking at where you can find those extra little bits of speed. And that's certainly what Khadija managed to do there. And also, you know, as I say, great that it all came down to the wire, as it has done so many times today. But some great stuff already. We've seen so many records broken throughout this second session. We've got more to come. We've got the 23 to 39 lightweight men coming up in just a moment's time. We'll then move through to the 23 to 39 women and men 500 meters, which again, a hybrid event for both of those. And then we'll be getting on to the sort of crux of the day, the second Versa Challenge. But I'm going to hand over to you for this 23 to 39 lightweight men, Colleen.
Yeah, thanks so much, Camilla. We'll hop right to it then. So this race already well underway, moving through its 350 meters to go, even less than that now for all of these athletes. And you take a look at the leaderboard and you can see Jose Daniel Martinez Lopez currently up at 45 strokes per minute, holding on, but just barely by 5 meters or so, already less than 250 to go. Natasha.
Wow, and watch those splits at a 124, 125 even. This is where we're going to see that endurance. So we've got Giovanni Vicara from Italy, and he is holding quite the split here, 123. He's got a sprint in him. Don't count him out yet. He is 4 meters off of the lead. So we're going to see him try to hold on to it. 123, he is so very close as it comes to the line. They've got 5 strokes left. He has 5 strokes to overtake. You can see him here in the virtual webcam trying to get through, and it looks like he does it by 0.2. What a performance, what a sprint for that final. Look at that celebration. My goodness.
Oh my goodness, the confetti. Oh, I just love when the Italians take out the confetti. It brings me such joy. And you see the hugs all around. Giovanni Ficara, the winner then of this lightweight men's 23 to 39 category. He held a 122 average, 0.2 faster than the closest competitor, the Spanish athlete, Jose Daniel Martinez Lopez. And then it's back to the Egyptian athlete running third on the podium, as it were. So Mohamed Kota of Egypt at a 123.3. And a great look at the graphic from all of these athletes around the world: Finland, France, Philippines, Poland, Malaysia. So amazing, amazing representation. And that's a thrilling one to watch, wasn't it?
It really was. And it's what we talk about with never settling, right? You can see coming from behind, even in such a short distance, if you have that extra little bit of energy left in the tank, you can overtake in the final 50 meters. But man, does it make for a nail biter.
Yeah, it really, really does. And look, that was riding with the Finnish, sitting with the Finnish athlete for a moment, Hunes Mäki-Pelto. So Camilla, so lovely to see the Italian celebration, wasn't it?
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I think that, again, just saying what we said earlier about getting that peek into the lives of each of these different athletes, the way that they've kind of set this stage up for this huge event, probably one of the biggest they'll compete in the year. A nice cherry on the top to get the confetti as well with the Italians, like you say. But talking about the perspective of where people are racing, we've got a live interview straight from Mississauga.
Thank you very much, Camilla. Joined by Sarita. Terrific performance in your race. First in person, second in the event with a 1:38, a tenth of a second. You beat Laura, who was also competing here on the floor. Were you aware of where she was during that final push?
During the final 100 meters, I saw she came in really strong. So I had to really hang on to my pace to keep second place.
Now, you're one of the shorter athletes in the competition, so how are you able to produce so much power to be on the podium in a World Championship event?
I'm not sure, really. We're from the Faroe Islands, so rowing is our national sport, and we row
wooden boats, so we need to be really strong to row those boats. So there's obviously, being shorter, I can carry a lot more muscle mass than being strong.
Well, congratulations, terrific performance, and the journey was well worth it.
Yeah, it was. Thank you very much.
Wonderful to hear from Sarita Christina Hansen there of the Faroe Islands. I never knew that rowing was their national sport. You learn something new every day. I'm sure the likes of the great Sverre Nielsen, if you're tuning in, I'm sure he'll have been very proud of the Faroe Islands and Denmark's performance over the course of today. Now, we've got some really big races coming up. This is now the 23 to 39 women. This is one of the sort of pinnacle events across the competition. Some big names competing in this. I can already see my eyes being drawn to multiple world champion at this event, many years, but on the trot, Elena Buriak, Colleen.
Yeah, there's just fantastic competition across the board as we take a look at all of these names. So many familiar from previous records, from previous championships. Just great to see them back. And I'm sure really high energy for these women as well. As you said, 23 to 39. So it's a big age bracket. That means that there's just a good depth of competition, good range. And it should make for some really exciting racing. Natasha, what are you looking forward to?
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing what splits these athletes come up with right out of the start. I think that we are going to see some big numbers here. We might see some 120s, low 120s here. So I'm looking to see what these athletes can produce. These are incredibly strong women, and they are some of the best in the sport right now. We've got Eleni Brett Evans, one of my friends. She always pulls a great race, and she loves doing the dashes, so I'll definitely be looking out for her. But as you say, Elena Buriak, we've all been following her journey, and she's coming to the World Rowing Indoor Championships to compete. So I definitely expect her to be very close to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and that's a look then at the full leaderboard for those at home just awaiting the start. Again, 23 to 39 women. So great depth of field. We see some of the names there, Suzanne Talbot. And I love this when we get to pan around and get a good intimate look at each of these athletes and their setup before they take off. So Fitran Mirza, just in her final few minutes here before the top of the race. She's a 39-year-old athlete. And yeah, just a good view of really everyone. This is a nice overhead shot. Maybe there's some strategy to where you sort of perch your camera too, right? If you decide you want it on the side or straight in front of you, it's a little bit of a difference there. So we're now getting a look then at the full picture as we pan through.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Nicola Jones here, also looking to compete, doing her pre-race routine stretches. Some athletes like to stay on the rowing machine and get ready, and then we've got some athletes who have their own personal warm-up, so it just is going to depend there what we see. Quite a few Canadians turning out for this event at the Mississauga Toronto Arena there. So that'll be great to see. We're going to see very high stroke rates across, so it's just going to be a full frenzy on that arena floor. Here we have Amelin Pengulayan. So she is going to be representing the Philippines, as I believe are some of the people she is with. So we've got great representation there. She's going for a sub 140 time, so a 139.5. So we're really going to see great times here. A lot of the athletes range from 27 to 35, I would say, is really the middle of the range. But we do have some athletes who are at the very top. We've got Francie Morrow from New Zealand, who is virtual, who is webcamming in with a score of 145.2. So that'll be a great one to see as well.
Yeah, really, really cool to see, and that nice range, as you mentioned, Natasha, of athletes in this in this particular block. This is the Saudi athlete, and getting a sense now that was the Egyptian athlete, Riham Koryem, and a full panel then of the field. So I'll have a chance to sit with them as they move through these 2,000 meter stretches once we get going. So the women 23 to 39, so not a lightweight category. It is an open category, meaning, of course, that they haven't had to weigh in. All of these athletes, though, it's worth mentioning once again, will have qualified to be here. So there was a qualification round to be able to participate virtually. And with that, you know, we have sort of a target time from them, right? We have their qualification time. And in some instances, athletes have shared really what they're going for in this event. So I think that's sort of a fun subplot too, right? To see how they achieve. In some cases, I mean, we've seen so close off of what they wanted. In all cases, though, really, really impressed with, you know, the fact that they're here and they've made it and they're representing both their country and in some cases their continent. So great representation across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about that qualification process, there's a bunch of indoor rowing events throughout the year. A lot of them happen nationally. Some are the Americas qualifiers, European qualifiers. So a lot of these athletes have competed before doing this same race just to get to this world stage. So there's really levels of competition to it in order to get here to the World Rowing Indoor Championships. And all this hard work really pays off here. So that's why we see those incredible celebrations of everyone working so hard, learning from the different events throughout the year on the circuit, and then it all comes to pass here in sort of the cumulative event. So we really expect to see people at their best here and trying their best here. So for people just joining us, we're on race number 24 of the day, 23 to 39 women's 500 meter. We currently have 15 virtual competitors and 21 in-person competitors, and they are about to start the race.
And that's the buzzer. So the crowd going wild in Toronto. We can at least hear a little bit of that as these athletes fly out of the gate. So as Natasha told us, this is a true hybrid scenario. So some in Toronto, and then of course, as you can see on the right side of the screen, many at home as well. The leaderboard just starting to settle. It's only 500 meters. So they're sprinting all the way towards the line, looking really good for the Finnish athlete, Emma Salonen, and Elena Buryak, a name that we know, Natasha, the Ukrainian athlete, back on the leaderboard.
My goodness. And look at that stroke rate. We've got a 62 stroke rate happening here. So incredibly high. That may have been a virtual fault there, but at a 130. So Elena Buryak is keeping that stamina sub 130, looking to go near that 129, 128 time. And it looks like she will absolutely smash that out of the water. She's at a 126 right now as we head through the line. We've got Clara Hogan trying to hold on, but from Finland, we have Sonia Patola, who has just overtaken her as well, doing a fantastic job pacing and sprinting at that 129. Oh, let's see if she can hold it all the way to the end. But it is Elena Buryak, who is doing a 127.5, beating her qualifying time. Just an absolutely incredible performance. You can see Emma Salonen just finishing her piece down at the bottom there. Clara Hogan gave it her all, as we can see. And yeah, we have our last few competitors just coming through the line, both virtually and in person. And we've got quite the range from a 127, a lot of people in the low 130s, 132 to 136. And we can see the celebration happening over here.
Yeah, wow, what a thrilling race to watch as we get a pan around of these athletes just catching their breath, but really not surprising to see Elena Buryak up there at the top of the field. Some actually maybe seeking comfort under the erg. Can see that too, just taking a moment for herself here, Clara Hogan, as she catches her breath. The floor can sometimes feel just like a cool place too, I think. If it's like a concrete floor, right, and you've just done this big effort So not uncommon to see athletes sort of take a moment for themselves down there. Elena Buriak, of course, a name that we all know, no stranger to elite rowing. She competed at the 2012 Summer Games in the women's double from Ukraine. She's a multiple world record holder in indoor rowing. She was the fastest woman ever over the 2,000-meter distance. Brooke Mooney of the USA surpassed her in 2021. Just fabulous to see her back here. And she had a really good piece, Natasha, didn't she?
Absolutely, paced to perfection. She went out at around a 129, and we saw her settle very quickly into that. So it looked like she was in second for a bit, but then watching that sprint come in as she was going down further and further and ending at a 126, it's pretty phenomenal. There are a lot of athletes that can't even hit a 126 for one stroke, never mind for 500 meters. What did you think, Camilla?
No, you're so right, Natasha. And we talked earlier about how tricky it is to pace a 500-meter race, and the high percentage of people will go out and go hard and try and hang on. But to see somebody negative split, which is when we get faster throughout the piece on such a short distance like 500 meters, just goes to demonstrate how much of an experienced and seasoned racer and world champion that Elena Buriak is. Amazing to see her compete and to take the title there. Now we've got the next race coming up. This will be our final 500-meter race of the day. It's a big one. It's the 23 to 39 men. But before we take a run through who is competing in that race, we have got an interview with Krimi Khadija.
Challenging. I did my best personal record on the 500 meter. Well, my team were here, my two coaches and my friend. So they cheered me and they encouraged me to believe in myself and do it. I didn't train long for this. I was in the training camp in the lightweight double scull, preparing for the qualification to the Olympic Games.
Well, Krimi Khadija preparing for the Olympic Games, but along the way, she'll be able to say that she took the title in the 23 to 39 lightweight women. A great feat for the Tunisian there, and she seemed pretty pleased with that. So we've already said coming up the final 500-meter race to take place in this hybrid environment on this Saturday of the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships will be the 23 to 39 men. We've got 15 virtual competitors, 25 in-person competitors, and one of the big names going up for this 500 meters is the notorious Phil Clapp of Great Britain.
Yeah, really excited to see some of these big names, as you mentioned, and from Great Britain as well, Phil Clapp, the 32-year-old, the current world record holder, and the 3x500 meter world champion. He says he also enjoys professional yacht racing. So that's his other sport, Phil Clapp of Great Britain. So, you know, versatility we've talked a lot about the Versa Challenge this weekend. He's certainly versatile in his own right and in his own pursuits. So yeah, Camilla, really looking forward to seeing him. And we'll head to Natasha, what are you just briefly looking forward to before we take a break?
I am looking forward to seeing some of these local athletes. We've got Cameron Warham, who is here to love his whole heart, looking for a 110 time. So really working hard. And then we also have Wang Yimin from Shanghai, China. He now lives in the US. It is his third year after remission from leukemia, and he says indoor rowing helps him rebuild his body. So definitely looking forward to seeing that. Camilla?
Yeah, a couple to look out for there, but we've already kind of built up the hype around one of the strongest athletes over the short distances in this category, Great Britain's Phil Clapp.
I'm Phil Clapp. I'm from Great Britain, and this will be my fourth indoor rowing world championships. I'm competing in the men's 500 meter. I actually used to be an on-the-water rower as a junior up to the age of about 21. After my retirement, I transitioned into racing sailing boats, where I'm a grinder, and I find indoor rowing a fun way to make sure that I keep fit through the winter. Previously, a few years ago, I worked with Mehdi Cordy, who is now head of Dutch track cycling. For the last runs at my sort of 500 metre, I previously broke the world record. And then more recently, I have been able to work with Johnny Whale. Really, we're just trying to take some of the science that track cycling uses in their training and how well defined their protocols are around their training. I think it's very good to see a different approach to training that I don't really think anyone else is taking in the indoor rowing scene. I think some of the protocols that we've been following in this training program would be beneficial to huge amounts of water rowers as well. Paris was the best organised, best hosted event that I've been to, and they really did well to create a bit of an atmosphere. I think it was good having a slightly smaller venue because you got the lighting, the ambience, the shouting, kind of all the competitors were tightly compact in there. I think it worked really well. And with the commentary, it made it feel like a proper sports event. The virtual stuff, it's great, it's flexible. I can't complain too much because I'm going to race in virtually next week, which is great because I think it does mean that you can draw on a wider pool of competition for all the events that you host hybrid. But there are the drawbacks. It's much nicer to sit next to your competitors, and especially after the race, you can celebrate together whether you win or lose. And I think there's an enormous amount of respect when you see the pain the other competitors have to go through.
Great to hear there from Phil Clapp, who will be taking on this 500 metre race. He will be looking to come away with the gold medal, as he has done beforehand, but he's going to face some stiff competition from the local here, Natasha, Cameron Warren.
Yes, absolutely. So we can see that their qualifying times are very similar. So we'll see who comes out on top with it, and that's going to be decided in the last 100 meters. I think at the beginning they might have different pacing strategies, but I'll really be looking to the last 100, 150 meters, and I think it's going to be a nail biter to the end, which will be an exciting race to see. We do have quite a few virtual competitors for this race. We've got 15 of them, so we're just rolling through them now. Colleen, over to you.
Yeah, we are rolling through them, aren't we? And getting a sense of their setup and their final few minutes before they prepare to start this piece, hanging now with Matt Snare of the USA, the 39-year-old Stephen Wilson of the United States, 28 years old, played rugby, Nashville rugby football. So again, another diverse athlete in terms of skill and ability. Mohamed Musa of Egypt, the 37-year-old. He says proud father of two. He's also a previous national record holder in swimming, which is great to see. And then a look then at Toronto and what that looks and feels like. And this is kind of the premier stadium for indoor rowing in Toronto. Is that right, Natasha? As a local, can you vouch for that?
I can. I have competed there many a time over the last 10 years, and it is definitely the place to be for indoor rowing. Everyone local sort of knows it as the hub for our usual events. So we've got a collaboration with World Rowing and the organizing committee that usually runs the Canadian event in order to make this possible. But it is a great event for it, organized well. And here we have the athletes sitting ready to go. So look at those high stroke rates right off the bat. I think we'll really want to see this view of Toronto here for all of those athletes as the leaderboard gets organized. Colleen, do you want to take us from 400?
Yeah, absolutely. So looking then already through that first 100-meter stretch, Cameron Waram of Canada up at the top. Phil Clapp, whom we heard from just a few minutes ago, in a really close second place position. And then it's back to the Finnish sculler. That's Jonas Kuvalarian and out of Finland. And we see him here just now, just big emphasis into the back half of the stroke. Really strong swing and keeping the stroke rate so high. This is, again, men aged 29 to 39, as Camilla told us earlier, the closest thing to an open category that we really have. And top of that open category, well, it's looking good for the Canadian, isn't it, Natasha?
It really is, but watch this sprint from Phil Clapp. He's at a 1:14 right now. There is 1 meter separating him and Cameron Warren, who is barely holding on, and it is that final sprint at the end. He wins it by less than 1/10 of a second. Isn't that an incredible finish? Decided in the last maybe 10 meters. My goodness. And going down the line, we've got still some very close times. There's Cameron Warren. You see there the hard work on his face. My goodness, after finishing that one. But he knows he was just behind his competition, Phil Clapp, who is there once again. Matt Snare recovering after coming in third. It's a great time of 1:15.6. He's just ahead of the Finnish Jonas Kuvalarian at a 1:15.9. So 0.3 ahead. These are really small margins, aren't they, Colleen?
Oh my goodness, small margins indeed. And we just get a sense then of exactly what those margins are as we take a look at the screen. So on the right side, those leaders, 1 minute, 11 seconds, 0.2 for Phil Clapp. And yeah, sneaky finish for him, just able to edge himself out at the tail end. And you know, loads of experience, as we heard from in his interview. Is that surprising to you, Camilla, or did you sense that might happen?
Do you know what? I think Phil Clapp would have had the motivation, because there's a bit of a backstory here from these last couple of weeks. Phil Clapp went out and set the world record, the world best time for 1 minute. Cameron Warren then came back. He then set the world record for 1 minute just this week gone. So I think Phil Clapp would have seen that marker laid down. They were both prepared to go head to head today. And he knew that the Canadian was racing on home turf. So he had a little bit of extra motivation to push that a little bit harder. And I think, you know, a result for Clapp that he won't forget. A big win there in those final few strokes, just when you think the split can't go any lower. Then you start to see 1:14s. Amazing. So next up, we have a short advertisement from our presenting partners, Concept 2. So that sort of breaks up our final 500 meters set of racing there, and we now move into the second of the Versa challenges. We're back jumping in. If you missed earlier, this is a new competition format for this year, the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships. They've already taken on Challenge 1, the Beep, and now we're moving into Challenge 2, which is Elimination.
The second event in the World Rowing Versa Challenge is Elimination. Athletes will race against one another in continuous rounds of 4-minute races. Each round, the athlete who has rowed the fewest number of meters in 4 minutes will be eliminated, and they will have to leave the competition floor. The goal of this event, quite simply, is to not be in last place. In the final 4 minutes, the last man and woman left standing will be our challenge winners.
Well, the elimination challenge 2 of 5 in the Versa, and this one, the race not to be last, is the simplest way I can put it. You've just seen Liz Suter, the sort of brains behind the competition, explaining what it means to take part in this next event. The strategy is going to be really interesting here. We've got 10 competitors in the women's side of things, 8 in the men. They'll run through cycles of 4 minutes, and it's a little bit like, Colleen, have you ever watched the cycling elimination race where they have to lap each other around the track and just not be the last person over the line? It takes quite a lot of strategy if you want to pace yourself for the women. 9 sets of 4 minutes. It's a long time to be rowing. So, as long as you're not last and coming in the middle, is that the better strategy to conserve your energy?
Yeah, it's a really good analogy, what you described. And I think that's exactly right. Simply put, do not be last. A little bit like musical chairs in that scenario too, which of course we'll all be familiar with. So Natasha, totally new strategy, totally new challenge.
Definitely. So in the last challenge, they were trying to come in first. This time they're trying not to be last. And it honestly sometimes sounds like the same thing, but it really isn't. It takes a lot of bravery and faith in yourself to see yourself in the bottom 2 or bottom 3 and not be tempted to try to burn yourself out to get higher and higher in the leaderboard. Because I guarantee you, those that burn themselves out are going to find themselves eliminated in later rounds. So we'll see a lot of bouncing up and down. It'll be really hard, I think, for these competitors to keep consistent splits, just because they have to worry about one another, and instead of focusing on their own race, the only thing they have to focus on is what everyone else is doing. How would you do this strategy?
Yeah, it's such a good point, Natasha, what you said about they have to focus on everyone else, right? So we talk so much in rowing about staying in your boat, staying, if it's a flat water experience or even indoor. But in this case, new information is going to be coming at them all the time for the entire challenge. And the challenge duration is 32 to 36 minutes. So again, like the first one, it's quite a duration of time. So the athletes, they'll see that live leaderboard and they'll be able to see athlete at risk. So that's another element too. Which athlete is at risk of not having that musical chair, right, and being pulled out, is at risk of elimination. So that athlete will have to get up and walk out of the arena. It's a bit of a dramatic moment, as it were, and it should be really, really thrilling to watch. So I think shortly we'll be heading down to the arena to get a sense of what that looks and feels like. And Mike, we'll hand it straight over to you.
Thank you very much, Colleen. This will be an interesting social experiment because there is an opportunity for these athletes to collude, if you will, and take it easy for, say, the first 3 minutes of each round, and then let the last minute be the best women win, basically, right? And the goal is to not come in. The goal is to come in second last, right? You just don't want to be eliminated. Doesn't matter if you finish first, second, third, fourth, you just don't want to be last. So I was talking to a few of the women in the warm-up area. They said they hadn't really discussed any strategy. They're kind of just going to take it as they go. But it'll be interesting to see if people who are more confident in longer distances, if they want to push the pace a little bit, whereas those who are better at the sprint may try to keep it a little bit slower and then push hard at the end before the end of the 4 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much, Matt. It's quite an incredible strategy. And Camilla, if you were thinking about this, would you take the same strategy Matt described, or would you do it a little bit differently?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like Natasha was saying earlier, trying to win the race is a very different strategy to not coming last. And I think I would just, try and pit myself somewhere around the middle. These athletes will be able to see where they stand in the rankings, and just adjust, make small adjustments based on where they are, and then save everything for that final sprint. I do agree. I think that's maybe, how you get through those cycles of 4 minutes. We saw earlier, the 950 meters that these guys were rowing, they were given around sort of 3.5 minutes and getting shorter. So this is roughly the same amount of time that they have to row at an intensity that could vary quite a lot. So they'll have a bit of a gauge, but also they'll still be quite tired, I suppose, from those intervals that they did just a few hours ago.
Yeah, really interesting too. That's right, to think about sort of the recovery period. So these are, elite athletes. They've really have qualified to be here for the Versa challenge, the 10 men, the 8 men, the 10 women. And so, the goal between challenges, well, maybe to stay off of your legs, to kind of take a beat, organize yourself, get prepared for the next challenge. And as we've said, earlier on, these challenges reveal themselves over time. So you can only really prepare, so much for what's ahead. And Natasha, as you think about that sort of preparation, we've mentioned like new information in the moment coming at you, especially with this elimination challenge we're about to see. But part of this too is new information coming over the course of these 48 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. So these athletes were told of the beep, which we saw earlier, happening earlier in the week. Elimination was revealed to them a few days ago, but they will have to get new information on what the future challenges will be as they are doing other challenges. They can't really use what they think future challenges will be to help them in any way. So they really have to look at each event as a singular event, an isolated event, which is quite nice as well, which means they have to really focus on their strategy for that particular event and not think about saving themselves. So we're going to see maximal effort from these athletes, which is awesome. But we will also see, I guess, a bit of panic from these athletes. I think the first 3 minutes will be sort of up and down, but the last 20 seconds, we might see a leaderboard completely flip with all the adrenaline that's happening. And of course, no one wants to be first out. So here we go. It looks like they are setting up and getting ready.
Yeah, that's right. These final few moments, Sherry's have a little bit of reverence for the start. So we'll kind of listen in as they prepare for the buzzer. Any moment to the go mark of the elimination Versa challenge number 2.
They do have that monitor in front of them telling them which athlete is at risk, and that will go as soon as they start. So they'll be able to see who is in last off the start. Here we go. And that's the initial buzzer. So already we see different strategies. We've got Charlotte Dixon going out hard at the beginning, and look at that leaderboard flip around. We can see different strategies taking place here. Some are going lower, some are going higher, and they will see which athletes are at risk. You can see on my screen right now, we've got Charlotte Dixon, Anna Mula, and Heather Trasco are all in the at-risk category, but that's changing dramatically over time. Kirsten Klein has already established herself as the leader here, but only by a meter or two. So she's not trying to go too hard either. We can see that leaderboard now just flip up there. What do you make of all these different tactics?
Yeah, I am fascinated by this challenge. I love this challenge. As we said, the simplicity is really not to be last, because whoever is last at the end of the 4-minute mark, these increments of time, will be eliminated and will have to walk off of the floor. So a bit of drama there, and the early goings of this, where we can sort of see these athletes settling in. Kirsten Klein, whom we saw earlier win that first challenge for the women, currently leading the pack for the women as well. So we'll see how that settles. I think one thing that's quite interesting is just how close maybe the top 4 or so competitors are, truly like all of them. And we'll see how that will develop over time. But it's the first round. And again, this is about a 35, 36-minute duration. So Natasha, they'll really have to pace themselves. I mean, there's, their strategy as we talked on.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Nicole Goss being so comfortable setting that sort of bottom floor for everyone, because it seems like everyone is looking at that score and going a meter or two ahead, but not much more. And as we head into the halfway mark, she's getting a little bit less complacent, sees herself at risk, and is trying to beat her competitors there. But as we can see, everyone is taking the bottom score sort of as a floor. And then all of the athletes, you can see all of them at -22 or -21. That's really where they're hoping to stay. And as soon as they see a bit of difference, every single stroke, they're going to push a little bit harder or a little bit softer just to try to hit that sweet spot. Because what they don't want, what Kirsten Klein seems to be doing right now, is to burn themselves out or pull any harder than they have to, because their score in the current round has nothing to do with their score in the next round of elimination, does it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the athlete at risk, as we can see at the moment, is Nicola Goss, the New Zealand rower, so coming all the way from New Zealand. And we'll have a look. She's been a regular indoor competitor for years. She said she first heard of the Versa Challenge on Instagram. It took her straight to the World Rowing site. So she's really keen on this event. She's come over for it. Now, a few more athletes in the mix, but it's truly flipping. 40 seconds to the next elimination. So it's getting tighter and tighter. The stakes are getting higher. The only goal, right, is not to come in last. And Kirsten Klein, as you mentioned, Natasha, making sure that she's not in that position.
Yeah, and we can see that they're dropping a little bit further behind her. So that means that that floor is being set a little bit further away. So I think we'll see some of these athletes, even Elizabeth Gilmore, start to let off a little bit just to hit that lower floor. But we've got 10 seconds left. Heather Petrasco is going to do it. She needs to make a move now. She is 4 meters behind, and we're going to see her sprint as hard as she possibly can. That effort in her face. And she has... Oh, do we see who has been eliminated?
Yeah, we'll validate that in just a moment, but we're already now well into the next block of work. So every 4 minutes, Kirsten Klein still holding that lead up at the top. And we get a look then at the full leaderboard. Nicola Goss, the athlete from New Zealand, we mentioned, able to hold through, hold on. She said, as mentioned, she got really excited about the Versa Challenge. And she said that she followed the messages from Instagram, and she said that, she tracked with when they'd release more information about how to qualify, and it even kept her up at night. So I'm a bit relieved on her behalf to see her move into the next round. And we're riding now with one of the Canadian athletes.
Heather Petrasco, yes, we are. And I believe we're going to send it down to Mike, and he can give us a little bit of insight into what's happening on the floor.
Well, yeah, this event is called the Elimination, but we didn't eliminate an athlete in that first heat because there was a tie. So what the rule is, it has to be the athlete who finishes last that will be eliminated in the event of a tie. So this round coming up, 2 athletes are going to be eliminated. So the stakes are rising here very quickly in elimination.
Thanks for that clarification, Mike. So yes, we still see Heather Petrasco, but it looks like she did stop rowing for a bit, so she has a lot of ground to make up there. But that effort at the end really worked in the last 10 seconds. So like we were saying, we really need to focus on that last minute, last 10 seconds, because that's going to make all the difference here. So we have quite the spread in terms of distance from the leaderboard. We've got Nicola Goss at -100. Then we have Sarah Pigeon and Charlotte Dixon at -1,000. So it's a little bit difficult to see from our leaderboard who is in danger here. But the next elimination is going to be in 1 minute and 40 seconds. What do you make of this rating? Some of them are moving together and some of them are moving independently.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because oftentimes with indoor rowing, you can sort of inadvertently or unknowingly sync up in terms of like rhythm and rate with those around you. So there could be a little bit of that going on, or these athletes might be fully in their own heads, in their own rhythm, or they could be looking around and thinking, well, if that person's rating this, I want to rate. You see the athlete at risk. So talk about getting information in real time. What that translates to is needing to process that information in real time. And I think there's probably a lot of thought going on. It's not just our standard 2,000 meter start to finish. Natasha, as you said at the top, typically the goal is to just come in first. Well, here it's even flipped on its head, right? It's just to come not in last. And what a thrilling first block of time, because we couldn't even split two athletes to determine who that was. So 40 seconds to go before the next elimination.
Absolutely. And since we know two athletes are going to be eliminated at this time, we really need to look at Charlotte Dixon and Sarah Pigeon. They're within 2 meters of one another, and they do know that two athletes are going to be eliminated. It's showing them at risk on that monitor in front of them. So we're going to see some moves made here as both those athletes just try to stay in the race. So look for that in the next 10 seconds. They're still separated by 3 meters.
And in this case, looking like Heather Petrasco of Canada, the athlete at risk there. So we'll get confirmation of elimination in just a moment. That was the second block of work for those who are just tuning in. This is the second Versa challenge. These athletes will all have competed a few hours back, and they're now on to the second challenge of a 5-challenge competition this weekend. So incredible stuff, and we'll get a sense here in just a moment of those eliminated, Natasha.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for your understanding. We're concerned that the data that we're receiving...
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like because this is one of the first times that we have run this challenge, they're taking a bit of a pause here to try to figure out the data issue with the maximum number of meters. They're just getting an explanation from that on the floor.
Breathe a sigh of relief over here. We're going to resolve as soon as possible, and we'll get back to you. Thanks very much.
So it sounds like there might be some kind of a restart coming. We've got a phenomenal fairness committee and judges who are making sure that this is just perfectly fair. Mike, we'll hand it to you to hear more about what's going on down in the stadium.
It looks like what the issue is, there's fear that there's something wrong with the data for this elimination event. So the decision has been made by the organizing committee to abort this event. They're going to adjust what we have moving forward, so the athletes don't have to row the same distance that they originally forecast, because they've already done a couple rounds of elimination. So they're looking to confirm that the data is correct. That's step one. Step two will be to determine how they're going to proceed with the elimination event, perhaps with a shortened number of intervals.
Thanks very much, Mike. So that makes sense. So deciding what the best route forward is in a way that's really fair, because of course we've still got 3 more Versa challenges to come. I think one thing that's really, I can imagine this is a tense moment for all of the athletes, but it is still really, really cool to be doing new events at all, and to be mixing up, I think, sort of the versatility and the way that you think about what it means to be the best indoor rower. So certainly some learning moments along the way, and we'll stay tuned. But that's part of what makes it exciting and fun for us, even getting that information in real time.
Absolutely, and I don't think any of these athletes came with the expectation that they had a perfectly well-run, all contingent planned Versa challenge ahead of them. They know this is a bit of a pilot project here. So they're definitely just waiting to see what happens. You can see a lot of patience from those athletes, which is great to see, especially at a world stage. So they try to figure out what is going on. Obviously, all of them working hard already, working up a sweat there. And even just looking at the leaderboard, we had all the Americans in the lead here. So it looks like we'll just have to sit and wait for a minute and see what happens with this. I'm sure there will be just a brief discussion before they get organized once again, they may have to use, external monitors, that kind of thing to get the data together. But I'm sure it'll all work out well. We can talk about what we saw in the first bit of that challenge, though. I'm not sure if strategy will change too much. And maybe we can bring in Camilla to see what she saw as well. Colleen, what did you think about the first bit of that challenge?
Yeah, it's funny. My mind, right when you said that, I was like, what did I think about the strategy? And my initial reaction is that Kirsten Klein is just not going to let anyone eliminate her. So that was kind of my high level takeaway. It was just at a glance, her strategy, right, was to go out, to stay out, and to not look back. And for flat water rowers, I mean, that's one way to do it in a 2,000 meter race, right? Is that advantage, especially if you're a sculler, to be able to see the full field. So it's reminiscent for me a little bit of that, of like what a single sculler we might see in a 2,000 meter scenario, of feeling like, okay, I just need to see the full field ahead of me. And then I think too, and I wonder as we head back to the studio, Camilla, it almost reminds me almost of the elimination of a heat too, in terms of mindset, right? If you're racing in a heat, you just don't want to be eliminated. So maybe there's a bit of that in their minds as well.
Yeah, and you know what? Having watched that kind of first couple of rounds run through, you can kind of tell that people are assessing as they're going on, as they're taking stroke by stroke, exactly where they have to be, rather than where they maybe want to be, and the sort of adaptations of those towards the back of the pack were made, almost stroke on stroke. And then that ramp up that we had in that final minute was just it was really intense to watch, and I found myself kind of thinking, are we going to see a huge push from somebody that's lagging at the back a little bit? Have they timed it really well? But yeah, we'll just have to see, and I think we're going to have one more update from what's going on in Mississauga.
With the data, the athletes have been sent back to the warm-up area. Looks like the organizers will need 10 to 15 minutes to figure out exactly what the issue is. And before we restart this event, the elimination event for the Versa Challenge, event number 2 of the competition, they want to make sure that everything is A-OK and we don't have another delay like we're dealing with right now. So again, 10 to 15 minutes, we'll bring the athletes back out here, but they've been sent off back to the warm-up area to kind of get some sweats on and just kind of cool down a little bit so they don't have to stay on the floor for the duration of the delay.
Well, look, as we've said many a time, this is the first time that World Rowing are running this challenge. There are going to be elements of trial and error and understanding, what needs to be done for future competitions. But also, I think a good race is a fair race, right, guys? I think that it's good that we're taking a step and pausing. We want to ensure that the data that we've got is sound and fair, because the last thing we want is for results to be determined of things that we're just a little bit unsure on, right? So it's I think this is a sensible move. We're just having a slight pause, sending people back, and hey, look, a bit of reflection time perhaps, Colleen, for those athletes to think about, what they might change if all 10 take to the stage once again.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's maybe a little bit like a false start on a flat water scenario where you come back to the starting line and you have a chance to sort of have a different start, a different first few minutes. And I think we'll see if anyone changes their strategy knowing what they know now.
Yeah, I think we'll see who comes out, and I think the leaders as well. Maybe it's a reflection time for them, not only for those people who were perhaps lagging back. Do we think, Natasha, we might see some of the leaders reassessing that go out hard strategy, and we might see them kind of trying to hang back towards the middle to conserve energy, especially since they've had 2 rounds under their belt already?
I think so. I think they've seen that it doesn't really pay off yet to be at the top of that leaderboard. And I don't know if they got tired enough in that last section after going for about 5 minutes to really feel like they have tired themselves out and they're not ready to continue going on. So we might see them go out hard again. But I think there's a point where endurance might fall off a little bit, and those who pace a little bit smarter might do a little bit better.
Well, we'll be able to see that once we've got a bit more clarity in 10 to 15 minutes time, but that's given us quite a nice opportunity to look back at what's happened already in day one of the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships presented by Concept 2.
How well can you control your shoulder weight, your split, and your power? Do you know?
Exhaustion, the delight, so many different kind of athletes all around the world there competing on this first day of the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Some great highlights, and one of those highlights has indeed been the launch of the Versa Challenge. We saw the beep, the first challenge in some of those clips, and we are currently in the midst of the elimination round. We've just had a few sort of changes to the schedule. We're just reviewing some of that if you're just joining us expecting to see the Versa Challenge. One of the things that I think would be good for us to talk about, Colleen, Natasha, is about the Versa Challenge concept as a whole, you know, how it came about, but also the sort of surprise element of it, right? So the athletes had 2 challenges released to them during the week. You know, the beep came about a week ago, so they got to know what that first challenge was. Then in the middle of the week, elimination, so the race that we're about to see just now was released to them midweek, and then just last night we had challenge number 4. So they don't know what challenge number 3 is as yet, but challenge number 4 was released to them because it has a very interesting concept, and the concept, the whole event is called Key Speed, and the athletes that will be taking on that 4th challenge tomorrow will get a couple of different scores. They'll get one for consistency and they'll get one for their fastest minute through the challenge. So it'll be a 20-minute row. They'll be ranked on either consistency, they get points for that, or for the fastest minute rowed within those 20 minutes. Now, the reason that they've been given that challenge just last night, all of the Versa athletes, I think, Colleen, is probably to give them an opportunity during the first 2 challenges, the beep and the elimination, to assess their competition, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. They're both sort of, getting to know exactly how they want to approach each challenge and each part and each piece of the weekend. But as you say, they're getting to know the competitors across the field as well. And many of them, it's been just a pleasure in their bios to read that, like, that's what brought them here. They wanted to meet their competitors. They wanted to be with them in Toronto. Of course, if you're participating in the Versa Challenge, then you must be in Toronto on site. So there's all of sort of the pomp and circumstance that comes with that. But yeah, as you said, Camilla, that challenge number 4 was released just last night. And speaking of the pomp and circumstance, Mike is there in person, our eyes and ears on the ground. So, Mike, let's hear a little bit more about this this challenge and perhaps what's going on in the stadium from you.
Sure. Thank you very much, Camilla. So the update I have for you is I don't know when we're going to get started again with the women for the elimination competition for the Versa Challenge. What I do know is when we do get started, what the event will look like is it's going to be 9 rounds like it was going to be previously. Instead of 4-minute durations, it's going to be 3-minute durations. So 27 minutes total, because the athlete still had approximately 27 minutes of work to do. Well, the first place athlete, still 27 minutes of work to do. So that will be the change once we get going again. Still waiting on word on exactly when that is going to happen.
Thanks very much, Mike. Great to have you on the ground there in Mississauga in Canada. It means that we get real-time updates from those competitors in the stadium. Now, we'll see that in a few moments' time. Hopefully, it sounds like they've got a sort of basis for what things will look like when we get back underway. But it's still a few moments from that point. It sounds like we've still not gotten to the bottom of what the sort of data issue might be. But going back to the sort of challenges and the constructs of those challenges, one of the things I really liked about this elimination round is we've actually seen it before at the World Urban Games, which indoor rowing was featured at. This was one of the challenges that those athletes took part in, and it worked so well. So it's nice to have seen it transition over to this format at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Was actually a bit of a brainchild, I believe, of Alex Dunn, who works for Concept 2. So really nice to have that link in with our presenting sponsors feeding into the event. So we've done challenge 1, we've done challenge 2, we've just talked a little bit about challenge 4. Colleen very kindly sort of talked us through the thinking of that one, but we've still got 2 more mystery challenges. And I guess, Natasha, you know, if you're an athlete and you're thinking, okay, the beep test is maybe a bit of fitness, the elimination round, a bit of strategy, I already know I've got key speeds, the sort of consistency versus speed event on the horizon. Do you think you'd be trying to second guess what those other 2 events might be?
I think you would almost know better than to second guess what the other 2 events would be. But I happened to sit in on the meeting last night where they learned about the Key Speed Challenge. And between both the athletes and their coaches and some of our production team, there was about 80 people in the room, and you could hear a pin drop. It was a tense moment. They were taking in every bit of information they could get. So these athletes are curious. They're really hungering for information, and I'm sure they are speculating everything and anything that it could possibly be. So the athletes are most definitely curious, but they're really taking in all the information, and they want to do it well. We talked a little bit about the fairness going into this elimination challenge and trying to make sure we maintain that. And I think part of that fairness is that these athletes are so competitive. They're here to win as much as they're here to have fun. They are really thinking through each and every single part of this competition, and they're going to give it their all, which is what makes it so fun for us. But it's what makes it so important to make sure that this stays fair for everyone. And I think they're working on that as well. I think the mystery challenges will be a lot of fun for them. But I think they'll be hard to guess. Our management team here putting together the challenges, Liz especially, has put a lot of thought into it, and she is quite creative, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely. And creative is the name of the game with the Versa Challenge. We need to test all of the different elements of the indoor rowing machine, of the sport, of the athlete. And actually, Colleen, one of the things coming back to that challenge that they found out about last night that Natasha just mentioned, I think part of the reason we might have heard a pin drop, and it's so different to what we'd usually expect within a rowing race, right? It almost throws everything that you know about rowing out the window.
Yeah, no, it does. In so many of these different challenges. I mean, you know, we mentioned a few minutes ago before we ran into this delay, that not finishing last feels really different than just finishing first. In the challenge number 4, the Key Speed Challenge, that was released, well, just about 20 hours ago by World Rowing. It's like that's a whole different strategy as well. We'll certainly tell you loads more about that when we get a little bit closer, because it is a really unique and distinct competition. I was reflecting too this sort of technical piece that we're working through and making sure that things are fair. It's almost like you couldn't have you couldn't have like timed it better, right? This is another piece of new information for them. And if you're going to pick 18 athletes, 18 elite athletes to have a false start, as it were, or whatever the scenario might be, this is the group. I think in some ways they probably thrive on adaptation and needing to take in that information and process it and decide how they'll pivot and move forward. And we've got some really, really incredible athlete bios too. And I think, maybe while we have a moment, we can talk a little bit more about who these athletes are from all over the world. So I have mentioned a few times Nicola Goss from New Zealand. She's come all the way over here. She was the one we mentioned, was just so excited, was keeping her up at night to understand the rules and how to qualify to even be able to participate in such a challenge. From Sweden, we have Henrietta Huberg. We know Morgan McGrath from the USA. She's a regular name on the indoor rowing circuit. Of course, Kirsten Klein, we've mentioned a few times. But we also have athletes, from other sports that have really come over and been able to move into the indoor rowing sphere. So Jason Marshall, the Canadian, who's formerly a professional Canadian rugby player. So Natasha, this is a kind of cool subplot for the Canadians as well. Jason Marshall not only participating here, but a former professional rugby player nonetheless.
Absolutely. And it just shows the versatility of indoor rowing. Like we were saying earlier, there's a lot of runners that find indoor rowing just because it's a little bit easier on the knees or what have you. So it ends up being a sport that a lot of people default to. We have a lot of swimmers. They become indoor rowers. So we really have that whole versatility of the sport here. And I think it almost makes the challenge poetic in that way. You have someone versatile enough to switch sports, and now they're finding the versatility within the sport. So I think it adds a lot.
Yeah, it really does. Now, I believe we've got another update from the floor in Mississauga. Mike, what can you tell us?
Extremely serious at round 8. So my strategy going in was just kind of take it slow, kind of do my steady state pace for rounds 1 through 4, and then drop it down. I knew
Mike, not quite ready for us just yet, but we'll be joining him in just a moment's time. But we've still got a few more races on the roster for this afternoon. So after we've seen the women race the elimination race, it will then be the men taking on the same challenge. And hopefully by then, it will be absolutely watertight for them to launch into that campaign. And then the relays. Now, I absolutely love the relay racing. I think it's awesome. And we've got, again, a hybrid setup for those team relays. Colleen, I think that the relays are just a great sort of team cohesive sort of team spirit event, right?
Yeah, for sure. And reminiscent, as we've said, of high school kind of scenarios. I think all of these, various challenges that have been revealed to us thus far, for those, whether you were a swimmer or a rower or a runner, as we said with the meme challenge earlier, with that sort of that quick agile running, there's ways to take these challenges, cycling, as you mentioned earlier, and sort of adapt them, for rowing. And then some moments are really, really distinct to indoor rowing too. So it's kind of this wide variety of being able to apply it perhaps to other sports or other parts of your life. And then some scenarios that just couldn't be, duplicated, but have to be on that indoor rowing machine. So really, really unique to that. But yeah, definitely versatility in these events, in the way that the athletes have to think about them and strategize. So looking forward to certainly seeing that event to come too. And Natasha. Oh, it sounds like Mike's actually ready for us. So yeah, we can go straight down to the floor then.
Okay, thank you very much, Camilla. I'm joined by some Canadian rowing royalty. We have the winners of the gold medal in the women's 8, the first time Canadian women have won that event since 1992. You won it at the Tokyo Olympics in Kasha. What was that experience like for you?
It was incredible. It was just an amazing experience, and to do it with such an amazing group of women, it was really special.
And speaking of the team aspect, it is the women's 8. You train together, blood, sweat, tears. So what is that like, being a part of a cohesive unit and finally achieving that dream together?
It's incredibly motivating. You use the energy from each other through the boat, through Kit's voice, and all of us together can do it. Do anything.
Now, satisfying was it to finally achieve the goal that you worked so hard for so long?
Yeah, it was pretty special, to be honest, to work with these women. It wasn't all rosy-posy, though. We're stubborn, we're strong, we're independent, and so we definitely clashed at times. But the cool thing is that we respected each other through these clashes, and I hadn't really been a part of a group of women like that before. So just knowing that that's possible, that we're able to respect each other even when we don't agree is pretty cool.
Now, you spend hours upon hours in the water, so let's move on to indoor rowing. How much indoor rowing would you typically include in a training block?
We definitely include some of it, maybe once or twice a week. It's not our main sport, but it's an awesome cross-training tool, and we can work on the erg on things that we then apply to the water, so it's super useful for us.
Is your international career continuing on the water, or are you purely an indoor rower at this point in your career?
I would say I'm predominantly an on-water rower. This is my one moment to be an indoor rower.
So how is your technique, your strategy going to change if you are used to being on the water to the concept to indoor rowing machine? What will that strategy look like before your race tomorrow?
I think it's going to be quite similar to my on-the-water strategy, just because that's what I'm familiar with and what I know. But the strategy will be to sprint a little bit, settle into a pace that hopefully I can hold and not blow up, and then hopefully sprint out the end and get a decent score.
Start fast, go fast, then end faster as well. What's it like? Because obviously indoor rowing is an individual sport. You're used to the team aspect. So do you like that individual opportunity, or would you rather be in a group?
It's funny because Sydney and I both grew up being alpine ski racers, so we're used to the individual sport. The team aspect is the thing that makes rowing so special, but this is kind of a cool opportunity to see what we're capable of as individuals and then be able to translate that to team atmosphere.
Now, Kristen, you're a commentator for the World Rowing Indoor Championships this weekend. Is it going to be difficult to, when you see these two competing, not to get in front of the rower and start yelling at them like you're used to?
Incredibly. When I see these two, my heart just goes to, how do I help them win the race? Like that is my role. That is woven into my DNA. I think for tomorrow, I'm just going to focus on letting my co-commentator take the reins when it comes to the open women's event, because I know from a personal level, I am so competitive and I want these girls to win.
And what supplemental training do you typically do in addition to the work on the rower and the work on the water?
Some cross trains, running, weights, biking, anything that gets you some cardio, some swimming recently. Just trying to diversify and keep it interesting for those moments that just trying to get some cardio minutes in that aren't necessarily on the rower or on the water.
And last question for you, Kasia. What is it going to be like competing against your teammate? Are you going to keep an eye on where she is during the race tomorrow?
Probably not, to be honest. It's already such a tough event. You kind of have to stay in your own bubble, but it's super special to me. Any race opportunity that I get to go to with Sid is extremely special, and it doesn't really feel like we're going against each other. It's just supporting each other and seeing what we're both individually capable of.
Well, you already have Olympic gold medals. We'll see if you can add some World Championship medals to your mantle place as we move through the rest of the weekend.
Thanks very much, Mike. Incredibly special to catch up there with Canada's own Olympic champions from the women's 8 just 2 summers ago, that great summer in Tokyo. And we heard the first time that the Canadians had won that event since the early 1990s. Now, we've got still a little bit more time to sort of think about what we've got left of today, we've already talked about the Versa Challenge, we've talked about the relays, and maybe it's time to sort of take a look ahead to tomorrow and tomorrow's programme, the final day of the championships. There'll be lots of things to look forward to. We've even got some more Olympic interest, speaking of the Olympics, where we've got the 2 kilometre races for those 23 to 39 age groups, and a certain Ollie Zeidler, the on-water flat world champion, Colleen, will be looking to take on Ward Lemeline, the holder of the World Rowing Indoor Championship title.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'm smiling because, talking to our colleagues a couple of days ago, it was known when Ollie arrived to Toronto and to the arena. So there's kind of this build up, I think, and we'll be really, really looking forward to seeing his race, as you mentioned, record holder, just incredible pedigree and a real talent from Germany. So tomorrow, loads to look forward to as we glance across the schedule. Of course, the remaining Versa challenges. The day actually ends, not quite the last bit, but with Versa Challenge 5. And more under 17, more 2,000 meter pieces, some fantastic PR racing as well, which I know we started the morning with. So really looking forward to a full schedule, more global representation, just fantastic to see such a wide range truly across the full world and across continents. For those just joining us, just to reiterate, our virtual athletes, they will have qualified to participate in the World Rowing Indoor Championships, whereas folks in Toronto, it's really open to everyone. So the best of both worlds in terms of being able to participate if you're not in Canada, and if you are in the Toronto area, or even, in Boston and some of these cities that are quite close to Toronto, able to make your way down there. So really, really cool. And Camilla, the first time that World Rowing has done this kind of hybrid event.
Yeah, and it's amazing that it's worked extremely well. We've been able to connect in all of the we've been able to connect in all of those people all around the world with the athletes in Canada who have chosen to fly over to Mississauga, and we've seen where that's potentially caught people out, right? It's a whole new dimension to racing, because you're used to either people racing virtually or racing in person, but to combine those two worlds has just really meant people have had to consider a lot more, consider their environment a lot more, and more to the fact of, indoor rowing is such a growing and developing format for world rowing. It's changed almost every year in its existence that this championships has been going, to include more and more evolution, the Versa Challenge being one of those, but the hybrid format, I think, another step forward to an interesting and more kind of diverse set of athletes that we're able to engage in the sport. So I think still a few more moments until we're going to be able to join Versa Challenge participants, the women who started out. If you're just joining us now, we started out on round 2 of the Versa Challenge, the elimination round. Unfortunately, after a couple of rounds, we had to sort of pause things, reassess. We got note that some of the data that we were receiving was incorrect, so we did not want to make any eliminations based off that fact. World Rowing and the team have gone to reassess what is happening on the reassess what's happening, and we will be hearing shortly how we will move forward with that. Now, we talked a little bit about the evolution of indoor rowing, how we've come to this new format of hybrid, of Versa. But indoor rowing as a sport, Natasha, I guess, more and more people every year picking it up. How much indoor rowing, was sort of part of your rowing career as an on-water rower? And then do you know anybody within your kind of immediate circle that's taken up the sport who perhaps wasn't traditionally sort of a rower to begin with?
Absolutely. So I live in Canada. Mississauga is my hometown, so the river is frozen for a lot of the year. And as such, a lot of the rowers you'll find from Canada, they incorporate a lot of indoor rowing into their routine. So pretty much from November until April is when we are indoors working through with the indoor rower. So it carries a lot of weight. with us. But there's quite a few accessories that make it a little bit more similar to on-water rowing and a little bit different. So what we see here are the Concept 2 indoor rowers that they're all on. Concept 2 also makes dynamic rowers. So instead of just the seat moving, both the seat and the feet move. So that's been an interesting one. There's also different variations using water instead of just mechanical resistance. So you can make a lot of changes to it to keep it interesting and have some variety, because when you're indoors for 6 months of the year, you really have to keep it interesting. So I found a lot of my fellow rowers from junior years, if they've moved on and aren't part of on-water rowing anymore, they still tend to go to the gym, and when they want a real workout, they'll use the indoor rower, which is great to see.
That's amazing. And, talking about the development of indoor rowing, some of the pioneers of the movement are our very own presenting partners, Concept 2 and the Dreisegger brothers, who are the brains behind it.
For anyone who hasn't seen the first rowing machines that we made, they were made with standard parts, with bicycle parts, things that we just cobbled together and make something that would work. The rowing community was so ready for something that was a training machine that was really affordable, that they could get on, that they could get enough of these machines together to have a competition. I mean, the rowing community is what made it work.
I guess in the back of our minds, we always felt that indoor rowing could someday take its rightful place along with indoor, stationary bikes and treadmills as sort of the mainstay of indoor cardiovascular fitness.
It's something we've been trying to promote to as many people as possible, trying to build that base of people who embrace rowing, and we felt like we were the only ones out there trying to push it. And now there's some real momentum, and we're seeing the numbers of people who embrace rowing as an activity just skyrocketing.
It's really full body. You get full movement of all your limbs and whatnot, and it just makes you feel good after you row.
Amazing there to hear from the founders of Concept 2, Pete and Dick Dreisegger. They came up with the idea for Concept 2 back in 1976 when they were studying together at Stanford University, and here they are today. And actually, I think we saw Pete Dreisegger racing this morning in one of the categories, I believe the 70+ category. Awesome to see that it still has as much magic today, the machine that we now know and love as the indoor rower, for the founders, as it did back in 1976. Now, we just get hearing updates that the machines are being tested at the moment for this elimination challenge for the Versa. We'll be hearing back whether those tests have been successful. You can see there just shots of Mississauga live. We've got not the athletes testing the machines. You'll be glad to know they're putting their feet up and resting just in case they're needed back on the racing floor. But we're just ensuring that the data issue, if it can be fixed, and if it is fixed, we can continue on. But if not, we might have to revert back to Liz Suter and her team at World Rowing as to what the next steps will be. So you can see there, people on ergos, that tends to be a good sign, Colleen.
Yeah, it does tend to be a good sign, doesn't it? And I think, yeah, we're probably getting quite close. As we've said, critically important that all fairness and sort of measurement of speed, times, etc. is just absolutely perfect. So better to take a pause moment and make sure that's in place. And again, these Versa athletes, well, they're used to having all kinds of scenarios thrown at them. That's why they signed up for this type of event. They've got some incredible backgrounds, and we've touched on it a couple of times, but really just to give you a sense of that full field. So 8 men, 10 incredible women, vary in terms of age and certainly geographies. So a few entrants from the USA: Morgan McGrath, she's a regular on the indoor rowing circuit; Elizabeth Gilmore from the USA; and of course Kirsten Klein as well, a multiple world rowing indoor champion, and she also posted the top women's qualifying spot. She said that she's really looking forward to just meeting other athletes in Toronto. As we look across the field, we've touched on Nicola Goss as well from New Zealand. Just so incredible to see her here as well in Mississauga in Toronto. So she said that she was really, really keen to participate in this and to qualify. And then too, just the fact that some of these athletes in the Versa Challenge aren't necessarily from a rowing background. There was a nice piece on worldrowing.com on Jason Marshall, the 38-year-old Canadian. His resume, a little bit different: former professional Canadian rugby player, grew up on the west coast of Canada in British Columbia. But he and his younger brother found their love for the sport came really, really naturally. So he said, that he had a younger brother, about a year and a half younger, has a younger brother, and they're known for sort of being rambunctious together. They have a lot of energy, that they pretty much played every sport growing up. So he got into rugby, and then he kind of came out of that, and he found the indoor rowing machine. His first time on the rowing machine was actually with the Canadian national team, doing various fitness challenges. And in fact, one of those challenges was a 500-meter piece. He said then he walked away for 3 years, went to France playing professional rugby, was on a spin bike kind of workout. There weren't enough bikes, and so he jumped onto the rower, and truly the rest is history. So he fell back in love with the ergometer, and gosh, his story is just really, really incredible. Dodging injuries, winning rugby World Cups in New Zealand, among other things. And then here he is. So you talk about that purely versatile athlete, and he's just a fantastic, representative of that. So Natasha, the Versa Challenge is just perfectly named. Talk to us a little bit about like what that means and what versatility in this setting is like, and how that translates into success.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we can also talk about rowing as a sport that a lot of people find a little bit later. We had some of the under 17 races where we had very incredibly fast athletes who are juniors, who are at the club level, and who are looking forward to progressing in the sport. But we also have a lot of athletes who join the sport a little bit later, maybe at university, maybe when they're 19, but not a lot of people who join the sport earlier than 14 years old. So it's usually a lot of people who have different backgrounds in athletics, and then they're coming towards rowing, being pushed towards it for one reason or another. And then they find themselves on an indoor rower at some point and realize that it is one of the best forms of cardio and a full body workout. So I think just the nature of the sport of rowing, the fact it's found a little bit later in life when people are physically stronger, is really important. And we've seen that today as well with all of the athletes of all different ages, right? We have our oldest competitor at 94, Valerie, and we've got some under 17s as well competing. So we can see how stamina throughout the ages really allows you to grow with rowing. Perfect example would be Andrew Benko, who is still breaking records as he ages up through the different categories. So it's great to see how when you can start at a young age, you can start a bit older, you can be a marathon runner, transition to rowing. You really just have to have the underlying level of fitness, and then it builds on top of that. And it really works with a lot of softer characteristics too, right? Like determination. I know a lot of rowers, everyone thinks about waking up early when it comes to rowing. But it's just that aspect of it too, right? Is a regimented routine just allows you to succeed. So I think rowing and the sport of indoor rowing, it really helps you to succeed in other areas of life as well as sport.
Yeah, definitely. And you mentioned Val Coleman, you know, our 94-year-old competitor, she came to the sport so late, in her 90s, right? She only picked up indoor rowing at that point, and rowing at all. So that is absolutely correct, Natasha, that we've got just all ranges of people and ages competing here this weekend. Now we've got still some more action from the floor. I believe we've got Mike being joined by one of our commentators on site, Shane Farmer, who's been bringing all the action to the spectators in Mississauga.
That's right. Thank you very much, Camilla. I'm here with Shane Farmer, as you mentioned. Now, Shane, I'm new to the rowing scene. This is my first time covering the World Rowing Indoor Championships. You're a veteran of this scene. I've been blown away by the performances that have been put down thus far by the age groups, by the open level as well. How is it compared to some of the championships that you've covered during your time?
So the last that we had in person was Paris, and for me that was my novice year in commentating and being on the floor and being able to experience it in person. And I gotta say, it's amazing to be here in Toronto, getting to have this experience again, having gone through the pandemic together, everybody having lived through that, and then over the past couple of years having done it remotely. It's an amazing experience to be back again, to be able to be with these teams, seeing the athletes in person on the floor. I think people are excited to just be here again, to feel the energy inside of the stadium and to feel the energy of sitting next to one another and what it's like to really compete in person again. And then we get to add in that component of having the hybrid event, where we get those virtual athletes who get to be here as well in their own way, and it makes for a really special experience.
Now, what's great about the indoor rowing machine, the concept too, is that it's a very low barrier to entry, right? Where it's not just former crew members that are taking place in this competition. People of all athletic abilities, all ages, all skill levels are taking part in these world championships. And you've actually had a hand in introducing rowing to people from different sports, specifically CrossFit. So what has that experience been like, just kind of taking the message of indoor rowing to a different audience?
One of the things that I focused on in my career is being able to make rowing accessible to everybody. And because it truly is. I call the concept too the Toyota of workout equipment because of its ease and accessibility and how comfortable it can be for most people. But the thing and the barrier that people often face is, how do I approach this thing? You have to be incredibly kinesthetically aware in order to learn how to do it. And so that's what we've really done, is try to break that barrier down so that anybody can step into this sport quickly, easily, and feel comfortable stepping foot on this machine that has very low risk and very high reward. And the more that we can maximize reward and decrease risk for athletes and frankly anybody who wants to begin or come out of a sedentary lifestyle, truly this machine is the fix for many.
And we're still waiting to see exactly how much longer this delay is going to last for, but I was thinking of challenging you to a 500-meter erg challenge. You're a little bit taller than me, you have a little bit more rowing experience, but I think an equalizer, we bring two of these ergs outdoors because you're a California guy, and see if the cold and the snow is maybe the great equalizer that I need. What do you think?
I mean, being from Minnesota, I feel pretty confident putting myself in snow-like conditions, but I welcome the challenge. I think that'd be fun.
And in California too long though, you're getting soft. Camilla, back to you.
Thanks so much, guys. Well, I would love to see that challenge take place. And I think that, you know, given that we heard it was -10 in Mississauga earlier on today, I don't think they'd be lasting too much longer than 500 meters in the great outdoors. But as we know, all of the athletes that are tuning in hybrid, they can be rowing in such different conditions. We've seen people logging in from Australia, from Egypt, from Saudi Arabia, from, you know, closer to home in the United States and North America. So people competing across all different kinds of time zones here. Colleen, I guess, you know, that could cause for some very different race preparation, you know, for the guys that are logging in who are, you know, plus 8-9 hours ahead, those coming from sort of the Middle East, Asia, they're all racing in the middle of the night here, right?
Yeah, I'm looking up actually right now the time in Malaysia, so 6 a.m. because we saw some competitors from Malaysia, which was just fantastic. It was probably now about an hour or so ago, so it was 4 a.m. right now, currently 6 a.m. on Sunday for those competitors. And I mean, you're spot on. I think I'm so impressed on so many levels to be able to watch these athletes live here today, both hybrid, you know, the virtual contestants and those in Toronto. And one of the things that's on my mind is really the fact that some athletes are competing more or less in the middle of the night, because if you've got a 4 a.m. race, you need, my coach in college used to say, I mean, would love to hear from others, you need to be up at least, I think it's 3 hours prior, so that you're moving, you're awake, etc. So if your race is at 4 a.m. and you follow that rule, you know, you might be up at 1 in the morning, and it just shows like the versatility, even for those outside of the Versa Challenge, right? We talk a lot about the versatility, the ability to sort of go with the flow and take what's thrown at you. If your race is in the middle of the night, like, you've got to be pretty dedicated to be willing to get up, right, and to do it and to give it your all. And that's not just for the rowers, is it, Natasha? Because we've seen families and supporters there as well.
Yes, absolutely. Sometimes I wonder if the families honestly have more fun with it than the indoor rowers do. But we see quite the celebration. It just reminds me of some of the Italian celebrations we saw earlier with the full confetti. Everyone is just hugging and so happy. But we've really seen high caliber celebrations, as we should. We talked a bit earlier about how a lot of all of the virtual competitors had to qualify for this event. So going through the qualification process obviously takes a lot of dedication. So we have to work with that as well. And World Rowing Indoor Championships is usually the pinnacle here in the season of what people are working up to. So people are really training and formatting their season in order to be at peak physical condition for this event. Colleen, maybe you can talk a bit about what that looks like in terms of a training plan over the year to make sure that people are in top shape just for this championship.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Natasha, because I think, you know, if you are rowing in something like the Versa Challenge, then what does in shape mean? Well, it means the ability to do multiple pieces in one day, which is oftentimes something that you would train through rather than look to like peak in something like an end of February indoor championship. For another athlete, maybe that's going for a world record on the rowing machine, on the erg, that could be a completely different type of training plan where you would actually want to sort of taper back and then look to really peak on this weekend, right, to set a world record, which one could set at any time. But how cool to be able to set it in this particular weekend. But for now, it sounds like we've got a bit of news on the floor. So we'll hand it straight down to Mike.
Extraordinarily complex. So what we're going to do, the elimination has officially been postponed for the rest of today. So there's still a chance we may run the event tomorrow. However, for the rest of today, the elimination has been postponed. So to get us back on schedule, we're going to continue on with the regular programming, which means the team relays are coming up next. So just to recap, the Versa Challenge, the elimination event, has been postponed. We may run it tomorrow, depending if the tech can get figured out or not. But coming up next, the next events in our schedule will be the team relay, so stay tuned for that.
That update, Mike, and that's good to get some clarity on what to expect. I'm sure the athletes will very much appreciate sort of a reset. They now know what that they don't need to prepare for a race this evening, but they will go to bed thinking potentially that elimination race may come tomorrow. And again, we've talked so much about how to be versatile, not only within the challenges themselves, but also with the changing landscape of how the event runs. And that could potentially see them competing in 4 different Versa events tomorrow, more than they anticipated, more recovery required. So yeah, that's a whole new change for them. But next up, relays. We were talking about how great the relays are. I absolutely love them. I think they're a really great demonstration of camaraderie, of some of the softer things that we've talked about that you get from rowing as well, that sportsmanship, the ability to cheer on your teammates, and they'll be coming up in just a moment's time. Colleen, Natasha, any sort of insights into what teams we're expecting to be lining up in this afternoon's relays?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, even with this, the disruption that we've just seen, certainly these athletes will have, these Versa Challenge athletes will have that first competition in mind. So that was the Beep Challenge. For folks maybe that weren't with us then, it was a totally different type of competition in increments of time, 4-minute blocks over about 36 or so minutes, where athletes were looking to get the most number of meters, the quickest time. So I think as they move into this next challenge, Natasha, they'll have a little bit of familiarity, I think, with certainly with one another. And I mean, even though it's been potentially postponed to tomorrow, the chance in this elimination round to have at least sort of gotten a sense of like who wants to go out hard, what their strategy may have been, is still a piece of information they could carry with them into this next Versa Challenge that will end today's program.
Yes, absolutely. And I think they will also find out what the first challenge of tomorrow is tonight. So they'll definitely have a lot to think about. I'm sure there will be another super quiet meeting as they try to take in all the information, learn all of the ins and outs, as well as potentially some testing just to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly tomorrow. But in terms of the rest of today, we can talk a little bit about our relay races. So those are quite popular over here during the winter season.
Amazing. And so I think the rest of today, the team relay, we've got the team relay for the men, team relay for the women. So let's find out what that entails.
The team relay is a 2,000-meter row completed by a team of 4 men, 4 women, or a mixed team of 2 men and 2 women. Using one machine per team, athletes will row one at a time, switching every 250 meters. Teams can switch however they wish and in whichever order, but each teammate must row twice and switch every 250 meters up to the 2,000-meter mark. Teams participating in the team relay will only be successful if they can handle smooth and fast transitions after a short sprint on the earth.
Well, we saw some clips there of the last time the team relay happened in person, which was in Paris. I was lucky enough to be there in 2020, and the atmosphere was just electric. You saw them passing the batons back and forth, the running to and from the indoor rowing machine. So there's a little bit more to it in terms of coordination, the sort of strategy of the order that you go in, and then purely that sort of power over, a cycled round of 2 times 250 meters per athlete, Natasha.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the word transition is one we'll be talking about a lot as we watch these athletes go through, because more often than not, that's going to be the difference between these teams. We'll have a bunch of strong rowers. It's 250-meter sprints each, and they do have to do the full 250 meters before switching out with the baton there. But there's definitely an art to transitions and practicing those. So it's often quite funny when in preparation for a relay, you see a bunch of teams in the warm-up area, not rowing on the indoor rower, but figuring out how to flip off of a rowing machine, run between, transfer a baton, all of that good stuff. So I think transitions will be very key here. But in terms of putting together a team for a 2,000-meter race, but you have 4 people, what sort of things do you think you look for, Colleen?
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head, Natasha, when you mentioned the transition. Was at earlier this month the U.S. Rowing Indoor National Championships, and different type of relay in that scenario, but had a chance to interview some of the athletes, and like transitions is something that just kept coming up. So I think that will be critically important. You sort of do your best, but you really hope too that you don't get like stuck on any one moment of getting someone, of making that transition, right, of swapping someone in and out. So I think that will be really, really important. You don't want to be the one to slow down your team, your core team. So that'll be on their mind, and we'll get a sense, I think, in a little bit of how they're able to sort of manage that. But really, really looking forward to the relay. We've talked about nostalgia a few times with the Beep Challenge, etc. This is another one of those races where Natasha, you said in Canada, it's the water is frozen for quite a long time. That's certainly true in many parts of North America, for many different flat water rowers. So these types of relay challenges are really reminiscent for me of high school competitions as well. So maybe they've had a little bit of practice with those transitions, but yeah, we'll have to see, Camilla, won't we?
Yeah, and we'll also get to view whether those in person in Canada will be able to get their transitions down to a T as finely as those that are tuning in virtually, that maybe just have a bit more kind of scoping of their space, right? If they're in their own gyms, their own rowing clubs, wherever it may be, they might just know their surroundings a little bit more. So it's yeah, I think that that'll be a very interesting comparison for how the relays work in a hybrid format that we've never seen before. Now, Mike, I believe, is currently being joined by the president of the jury, who's going to give us a little bit more information on what's gone on this afternoon.
Yes, thank you very much, Camilla. Joined by Chris Groot, as you mentioned, the president of the jury for the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships. So Chris, I mentioned this is my first time at an indoor rowing competition. So what is the role of a jury? What types of faults are they looking for from these competitors?
The jury is composed of umpires, and we have both international umpires who are licensed by World Rowing and then national umpires who are Canadian, mostly Canadian officials. Our job is to make sure that the event runs as smooth as it can, make sure that the competitors all have an even fair chance to compete. Making sure that they don't interfere with each other on the machines, making sure that the lightweights make their weigh-ins and make the weight they're supposed to, and then just make sure that the software is working correctly when we can, and that everything comes out the way it's supposed to.
You've had a lengthy career as a indoor rowing umpire. What's the most impressive performance that you've ever seen in person from a competitor?
Oh, that's hard to say. There's been a lot of really impressive performances by competitors in all different lengths of distances, from the 500-meter sprint up through a marathon where somebody went a whole marathon distance on it. There are some, like a couple years ago with the women's event in San Diego, where the women were battling it out, and it was an impressive race there. Yeah, I think that anyone who gets on the erg and can do a 2,000-meter piece is an impressive performance, and no matter what age they are and how they're doing it.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your time. We'll let you get back to it. Excited for the final wrap-up of competition this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Such an important part of ensuring that our event goes smoothly. The jury, the umpires, they're prevalent at every event that is run by the world governing body, by World Rowing, and it's thanks to them that we get fair and safe competition for all. So huge thank you there to both the president of the jury and all of the umpires and jurors that we've got on the ground and also monitoring athletes that are taking place virtually. So a little bit more time until we get the relays underway. We should be due to kick off in around about 10 minutes time if we're running to the schedule that was planned. So yeah, in about 10 minutes time we should see our relay for the men taking place. It's the 250 meters rolling, like we said. Each athlete has to complete 2 sets of 250 meters. They can choose whatever order. And I'm just having a quick look at some of the teams that we've got lining up. Not quite as sort of global as some of the other events, but we still have a good mix here of teams from Great Britain, Canada, Mexico, sort of tuning in from all parts of the globe, Colleen.
Yeah, that's right. When you kind of take a look at what, and fantastic. There's a look at that graphic, so you can come along with me as we take a glance here, right? Great Britain, yeah, many Canadian athletes, Mexico, kind of representing this relay race. So love to watch these. Just fantastic to see the interaction between these various teams as we talked on how they handle the transitions. Sort of their interactions with one another. It becomes a really intimate moment, I think, for all of them, and an intimate way to participate in an indoor rowing event. So We'll look then to get started in just about 7-8 minutes time. It's been a fantastic day of racing. We've seen world records, and we hope to see more of them, perhaps more to come tomorrow. This is a look at one of the relay teams. So Jim Medal for this particular team out of the USA. And we can see them kind of just moving around and making sure that they keep themselves on their feet as well. So from Egypt, the Team Navy, the team relay, the men taking their final, well, not quite final, but taking a few strokes at least before they look to start this event in just over 5 minutes. And a look then of our participants from Italy. And we'll get a look then at the folks on the floor just walking in into the floor in the stadium, walking onto the floor. So some waves there, some smiles and good spirits. This is a really, really fun event. So you can't have an indoor competition without a relay event. Really brings some good energy and just some fun to the competition.
It really does. And I think we've talked a lot about individual versus team events, but really the concept of teamwork is what rowing was founded on, right? So bringing this element of teamwork, we can see that we have a team from Saudi Arabia here, no rowing for old men. So we have quite the label on this team here. But it looks like we have a good spread of different teams and the ability to just work together, especially on the same rowing machine instead of just being in time with the rest of your team, I think is important as well. So it looks like we have a good spread of teamwork. It looks like we have a bunch of different methods. Some people seem to be holding the feet down in terms of trying to make their transitions nice and quick. So we'll definitely see how that works out in terms of what they must do. It looks like they're not passing the baton here. It looks like they're just swishing in and amongst themselves. But we're just letting them get set up here. We see we have 4 people per team. So 4 people facing down 2,000 meters. How does that change your strategy? Colleen, do you almost think it's easier because you don't have to do as much?
Yeah, I like to think that that's in the back of your mind, right? So there's other things to consider, like the transitions, and then also too, within a team of 4 people, who goes first, who goes last, who goes in the middle, right? So I always think there's like a little bit of a negotiation between the team members around that as well, and we can see the Royal Navy team here and probably those athletes that will go first amongst their team. I love the team names that we're seeing. So even Concept 2 has a team entered, which is fabulous. So Robin Kingston Evans and that team, Jonathan Day, and then Peter Dreisagacker, whom we heard from, Thierry Louvet. So that's the Concept 2 team up at the top of the board there, the number 40, and then just fabulous teams all over the world. I love this because, I mean, truly all day, but especially right now, it's really, really neat, right, to see that mix of the in-person element of these teams of 4 together, and then also to see how that translates around the globe. So, really impressive stuff, I think, to be able to bring it all together and in real time have the time team be able to sort out exactly, from all over the world and all types of gyms, garages, living rooms, etc. And then the Toronto Stadium, of course. And a great number of entrants too here as well, Natasha. I mean, yes, we talked about the Great Britain, Canada, the USA, Mexico kind of being core to that Toronto Stadium, but you can take a look around. I mean, really, it's a tour around the world.
It really is. And we also have some international mergers here. We've got Cam Warren, who's on a team with Loic Schellbetter, both raced earlier today. So that'll be an interesting team to see under the International Men of Mystery is what they're being called right here. So we do have a couple cross-country teams, which I think will be really neat. And once again, a good reminder of the international nature of this event. So I think that's going to be quite exciting. And we're going to see maybe different techniques from different national championships in different parts of the world. As you said, we do have a lot of these fun relays just to bring back the team element into things. So maybe different techniques that won at a certain national championship will be brought in here. So I think that'll be interesting as well. And it looks like we've got a couple teams set up in Egypt. So we might have a men's team and a women's team there. We'll see how that goes. But right now it looks like they're just setting up. No Rowing for Old Men from Germany seems to have a full production right here. So that looks quite cool with all the lights and everything. So they'll, I'm sure, have quite the cheering squad as we go through here. And as you said, it is partially in person, partially virtual. So all of those boat numbers from 40 to 52 are going to be in person at our event location in Mississauga, Toronto, Canada. And then from 100 to 108 are all coming to us from webcams virtually from different parts of the world.
Yeah, I love the cheering squad, Natasha, that you mentioned for No Rowing for Old Men from Germany. Just a fabulous name, comprised of Christian Veneman, Emil Schmidberger, Eric Brinkman, and Christian Rahm of Germany. So that's the team for these guys. You can get a sense of some of the other athletes warming up from various parts around the world, and really, really exciting stuff. So it's to ground everyone, it's a 2,000 meter distance for the relay, comprised of 4 members per team, which of course means that each member will race 500 meters. So sprint, 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 that's the name of the game. But unlike the 500-meter sprints we saw earlier, you've got 3 teammates behind you, which probably feels pretty good. Sounds like, though, down on the floor, there's more to learn. So we'll hand it down to Mike and hear more about what's happening in Toronto.
Very much. Unfortunately, we're still dealing with a technology delay, the same delay that impacted the Versa Challenge and led to the postponement of the elimination event. We're having a similar issue just in advance of the relay event for the men. So the men have been sent back to the warm-up area while we hopefully get this tech issue figured out. Quick question for the experts virtually. So you mentioned the strategy in terms of what order you want to have your athletes in. I was just thinking while watching the team set up, how do you decide at what setting the foot pedals are on, and how do you decide what damper setting? Is it based on the tallest athlete? Is the damper setting based on the weakest rower or the strongest rower? How would you approach picking that?
It's a great question, and it came up. I mentioned before that had just seen in the United States their national indoor championships a few weeks ago, and that is the exact thing. These transitions, right, that came up with these athletes, and specifically the footboard. So I don't know exactly. I mean, it's a great point, right? Do you start with tallest, and then you're able to pull the shoe plate back towards you to get shorter as you go? I'm not totally sure, but I do know the point of frustration for many athletes was just getting out of the foot plate, getting out of the strap, and then wanting to be able to like strap in properly, because going feet out, as it were, on an indoor rowing machine when you're sprinting this hard it would not be fun, Natasha, would it? You need to have a little bit of that like resistance to sort of hold you.
Absolutely. So we have one relay that we always do here. And what's sort of taken over, instead of trying to switch feet in, we'll just have cardboard holding the feet in so it stays. And you have to make sure that the biggest feet can get in because sometimes your largest feet or your tallest athlete is your strongest athlete, and you want to make sure they're able to pull their weight on the team. But yeah, we've used little cardboard stretchers that you can slip your feet in. There is still some play in the foot plates there, but you definitely don't want them all the way at the bottom either, right? You want feet to fit in, but sometimes in terms of sprinting, you want to make sure you have a little bit more leverage So you might find yourself really sprinting from a bit of a higher angle so you can get your heel down quicker and get that power through the stroke. So I think we'll see an assortment of foot plates, but definitely all of them as high as possible while all their rowers on the team can still fit in when they do the transitions. But it looks like a lot of people have adapted the holding the feet technique. You see them lying down next to the foot stretcher. And I think that is something that a lot of people are using just to try to get that extra resistance on the feet when they're sprinting so hard. And in terms of sprinting hard, what kind of times can we expect here? What kind of splits do you think they're looking to hold? What kind of rates? What can we expect? And are we setting our expectations too high?
Yeah, Natasha, I don't know what to expect. I usually get myself into trouble when I start making those predictions. So, in terms of the splits that are being held, we'll have to see exactly how low these guys can go. I mean, I think one thing that's on my mind that we were chatting with Mike a moment ago in terms of strategy, who goes first, last, middle, etc. Like, is there a bit of pride? So you asked, what splits will we see? How low can they get these splits? Is there a bit of pride of being the fourth one on your team, right? To sort of round it out. So it's like, does the fastest person go last in case they have the biggest gap to make up? That could be quite motivating to get the splits down. And we'll see what we can expect. I don't want to make any predictions too soon, but based on these names, no rowing for old men, gym medal, I think we can expect some pretty fast times. You don't put a name forward like that unless you're ready to embrace it.
That is very true. The people behind these names know what they stand for, and they know what they're going for, and they're ready to back it up in this competition. I think within the team as well, there's always that competitive nature with rowers, right? So if you have one person who's set to start with a really fast start, well, the entire team is going to be looking to beat those splits every time they get back onto the machine. And if you have one rower that is planned to go in last, to make up the final gap, to have that ending sprint not interrupted by a transition, then you know that every time they get on, the entire team is looking to see what they're holding and to try to beat it, as well as try to urge them forward. So there's always that competitive edge that really pushes people to be better, that I think we can be excited to see on the team. Typically, I find the setup for relays is you have your fastest starter go first, so someone who can pull the lowest split for even a single stroke on your team is usually who goes first. And then you have one of your lighter rowers maybe go second, and then third. Sometimes I find, depending on the distance, you'll have one of your strongest people go third, just because once you have a gap on the other teams, it's easier to widen that gap. And you want to make sure you have good transitions. So if people work well together, then you have them next to one another. But they all will end up completing the same distance. So sometimes it's even a mind game to see who's in front first. Do you want to put all your strongest people first so you just get out into that lead and make the other teams think that you're unstoppable? Oh, look at these outfits we have here. What do you make of those?
Oh, wow. Yeah, those are really incredible. Yeah, fantastic outfits. I think actually we're now looking at the British Army in the red unisuits. Natasha, I think you're the coach. So you've actually got a strategy. I thought it was pure negotiation between these athletes as to who they think is fastest or who has maybe the ego to go last. But you've got the real strategy nailed down. So well done. That's very, very thought through. And we'll see how that pans out. Perhaps we'll be able to get an interview with some of these gentlemen at some point to see how they did think about it. But yeah, fantastic. Some folks coming in with a bit of a costume, if you like. And it looks like we can kind of hear from the floor that they're calling to get the first athlete to sit ready. So we've got the stop rowing graphic up on our screens and up on your screens, which signifies that we'll have a race underway very shortly. So the warm-up strokes are done. That's what the stop rowing means. The wheel inside the ergometer now needs to be at a complete standstill so that everyone has a fair opportunity to start at the exact same moment. So we'll take a look at some of our virtual athletes gliding up and down the wheel. There we go. And now we're all at attention. And we're off. This is the start of the men's relay. And we've had a false start. I think these are intentional, you guys. They're kind of throwing wrenches here and there. And I'm kind of here for it. It's a false start. So now they'll have to recalibrate and reset their minds, won't they, Natasha?
Oh, it reminds me of earlier we had the 17 to 18 men's 500 meter race, and they had 2 false starts in there. We were thinking, my goodness, everyone's just too eager to go. So you got a little bit of a sense of who was maybe most eager to win this competition there in terms of who false started, but hopefully they can get it off cleanly again to restart the race, and then we will see them in full gear. Those stroke rates will be going up very quickly off the start. You can see everyone is quite tense looking at that monitor, so trying to keep it all together. Just for the folks at home, this stop rowing is what everyone is seeing on their own Concept 2 monitor, and it'll be stop rowing, then attention row. So we're seeing the same thing that they are getting just as ready, and some of them have little external monitors so you can see what's on that small monitor all blown up. We see almost the same position from Gym Medal. They're getting ready to go. The Egyptian Navy as well. They're tense, they're ready to go, really thinking through their race plan. So it looks like we'll just flash through some of the competitors, really getting ready to go with their first rower seated in that go position. Look at all the smiles on those faces, Colleen. It looks like a lot of them are here for fun, right?
Oh, a lot of them are here for fun. And I caught that false start earlier today with you and Martin. And I know Martin and Pete had their comment that maybe if they were a junior rower, they'd try to spin the wheel a half a second quicker. A joke, of course. We want all wheels just perfectly stopped and a complete fair start. But sometimes you might see that in flat water rowing on the water. But for now, we've come back to make sure once again that the start is absolutely fair. Fairness just of the utmost importance across all of these events. So the athletes now just kind of keeping themselves moving, sort of refocusing in that scenario. They hadn't really gotten very far before the machines were called back together. We now see, though, that we are sitting ready at attention. And that's the buzzer. So this is the start of the men's relay. So 2,000 meters, 500 meters per athlete. We've got representation truly from across the globe: Great Britain, Canada, Mexico, Egypt, Italy. Just fantastic to see as these athletes, the USA, start to settle in. And it's a quick start for Gym Medal of the USA, up at 47 strokes per minute. That team comprised of Nicholas Thomas, Devin Cooper, Preston McCuff, and Matt Snare, 45 strokes per minute, cruising through at 1 minute 15, 1:17 for that average split. Across the world, well, again, this could be the middle of the night. This could be first thing in the morning. So they're not just getting on the erg to do any kind of little competition. They're jumping hot into a relay. So kudos to our participants, our virtual participants from around the globe. The international men of mystery, Natasha, starting to make a push for it up at the top.
They really are. Look at that 1:15 split. Such a solid split. We're really seeing, splits underneath 1:30 for these sprints. Now remember, every 250 they're going to switch. So we're going to see quite a few transitions happening through here as they press through. That is number 44. That was the International Men of Mystery on your webcam right there. That was a nice transition you see there. And do we have a switch up in the leaderboard here? Maybe just in terms of the people who are in the facility. We have a bunch as well across webcams, and we're heading up to another 250 meter marker. you'll notice that the average split, which is shown at the side of your screen, is going to go up a little bit. They had their fastest start there, and then they'll switch on to the next person. So we'll see that going up and down quite a bit as we go throughout this race. Pauline, do you want to take us through to this middle 1,000?
Yeah, I'd love to, Natasha. So the middle 1,000, the halfway point in this 2,000-meter stretch, we're riding now with the no rowing for old men team from Germany. And you can see that they're holding their teammates' feet into the foot plate, truly making sure in this type of a sprint scenario, in this type of a relay scenario, that your feet are able to stay just positioned is absolutely critical, because you want to be able to really race this hard and race it high to keep the stroke rate really, really high. Speaking of high stroke rates, I am thrilled to tell you that we're looking at the low 50s for stroke rate. The international men of mystery are up at 52 strokes per minute. We're riding now with Jim Medal, the Americans, who we saw flying out of the gate earlier, but unfortunately have lost a little bit of ground. From Egypt, this is Team Navy, just charging, Team Navy. And then we have our competitors as well. Over on the far side, this is Saudi Arabia jumping in. No rowing for old men. Truly, I love just how quickly we're able to sort of pan over and see the full field in addition to those competing in person. You can see the graphic up in the top left-hand side of the screen. That leaderboard will give you a sense not just of who's leading, right, but the distance between. So the British Army really have made a push now into the third quarter of the race. So we talked about strategy earlier, and this is exactly, you know, where you start to see that as the athletes transition on and off, maybe what secret weapon a team might be withholding in terms of their best athlete or their strongest athlete. For now, though, it is no secret, Natasha, the international men of mystery up at the top of the field.
Yes, absolutely. And as they are in person, I'm sure they're getting cheered on by great fans looking to see these men just absolutely crush it during their sprints. We can see here, look at the determination on those faces. They know they have 1 or 2 transitions left, depending on when they hit that 500-meter marker. So as they pass this 250, we're going to see the last member of the team make their sprint, and then it's just all cheering from there. So there we go. We just saw no rowing for old men make their final transition, and it looks like it's happening all around here. They are holding on as hard as they can as they do this final sprint. Oh, look at the effort. Like you were saying, the 54, 56 stroke rate, absolutely incredible. We're down in the low 115s, and it's a charge to the line. There's only 2 meters separating no rowing for old men and Team Finland. So it's really tight here to the end. But it is the international men of mystery that win it. And we've got no rowing for old men, Team Finland, Jim Medal, the KSA team men, Remum Mexico, finishing here. So all times underneath a 120 split. Look at that happiness coming from no rowing for old men. What do you think of that celebration, Colleen?
I love it. And I love the fact that it's nearly midnight over in Germany. And the celebration is just as if it were like, you know, noon in the middle of the day. So I love to see that celebration. We've still got competitors rolling in, as you can see the yellow graphics on your screen. So shout out to the Canadian team, DRC Moose, RNRA Full Speed. That's the look at the no rowing for old men team again. We saw such a celebration from them because by 0.2 of a second, they just edged out Team Finland. So that may well have been the celebration that we were seeing, because they were kind of trading places with Team Finland a little bit. No doubt about it, though, the international men of mystery, whom we saw just a few moments ago on the floor, and a look at them there, some high fives. Yeah, good feelings. A 116.4 up at the top for this group, and then of course the British Army as well. And in fact, the British Army, excuse me, looks like they have the quickest average split there. So we'll get final results in just a moment, but really tight up at the top.
It really is. And we have competitors from all ages, right? We have Peter from Concept 2. He was competing in the over 70 age category. His team comes rolling in at a 132.5. But then we have younger junior rowers from the Dawn Rowing Club, and they're coming in at a 143.3. So really just taking the opportunity to work as a team, participate. But what a performance that we've seen from all of the athletes here. We have a little bit of a discrepancy between our team relay leaderboard, but we'll get that sorted in a second for the full results. Right now, it looks like it was a phenomenal race for all parties, insanely fast transitions. I am very, very impressed to see how they worked that. So it's looking really good. And here we have the Argos Ferris, and they are heading across the line, it looks like here. So just having our last few competitors, but everyone really taking the opportunity to participate in this. We've got all age categories. We have para rowers in here. So really just a great opportunity all around, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, for sure. And this is the Canadian team, relay team Argos Spera. So Fawn, you, Michael Cooper, Bill McGuire, Wilfredo Wilson, as they cruise through the final 50 or so meters, less than that now, of this relay. So Team Canada, several Canadian entrants here, which of course makes sense in their hometown, or at least home nation, Toronto, and a big cheer from the crowd. That was Argos Sparris coming through the line as well for this first relay for the men. Really exciting stuff. I love the energy. I love the team camaraderie. It's just fantastic to see the interactions between the teammates, the excitement, of course, in the stadium, the transitions, just highly important to all of them. So yeah, we'll hope to get an interview from someone, you know, down on the ground, if not from the men, then from the women, whom we'll look forward to seeing compete quite soon as well. But a successful run of the men's relay, just a fantastic element of indoor rowing.
All right, thank you very much. Here with the International Men of Mystery. What a performance. How were you able to take first place in this event here? What was the secret?
We were very well trained, and we had believed. At the last minutes, we did a switch to our crew because one guy of us got some issues and went to the hospital. And we take this guy without even doing warm-up, and we won. That's why.
We just talked at it behind there. We didn't even do warm-up. We said, let's go even without shoes, without warm-up. Let's go, whatever it takes.
Hold on a second, just to confirm. So you're not a part of this team. You stepped in at the last minute. So so where did they find you? How did you end up competing?
I'm racing the 2,000 meter tomorrow. And originally I was going to do the 500, but had some issues. But I just went back there to say hi to them. And they were man down, and they were like, you want to race in 10 minutes? And I was like, okay. So I went and bought some rowing trowel from the store right here and just walked out and did it.
I guess that shows that teamwork isn't really that important in this event, because you can bring someone 10 minutes before the race and win. Does this mean, though, he's officially now an International Man of Mystery?
I guess so, but I think about our teammate Cameron. I hope his health is okay and that he will recover soon. So,
and we won this thing for him. That's why.
You won it for Cameron, so we have 5 International Men of Mystery. Cameron, we're thinking of you. Congratulations, big win.
Brother. Thank you.
How nice was that to hear from the International Men of Mystery, and rowing on behalf of Cameron, we heard there. We hope he's okay. He's been sent to the hospital, hopefully just for some checks. But what a great story. That just goes to show you how amazing this sport can be, that you can, you know, wrap your arms around someone, bring them into your team, and end up walking away with a race win at world level, Colleen.
Yeah, I was thinking of Liz, actually, who as we've mentioned, at World Rowing is the brain behind the Versa Challenge. We've been talking all about versatility today, and I was thinking, man, she would really love that clip, right? Because you talk about information coming at you in real time, your ability to process that, to react to it, and then to persevere and in fact triumph. So really cool story from those guys. And Natasha, I don't know about you, but a blast to say their name aloud, right, during the race commentary as well. I never got tired of saying the International Men of Mystery.
I really did not. I think it pays off to be creative with names, if just for your announcers. So I think it was quite a phenomenal race. I'm sure we have some highlights to roll up about what just happened here. And Camilla, maybe you can take us through them.
Yeah, thanks, Natasha. Yeah, a few highlights from around the world and from Canada. Well, I think my favourite bit of that highlight reel was watching all the celebrations at the end, all of the supporters, no matter where you are around the world. It was a sensational moment to close out that men's team relay here at the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championship. So we're already starting to move on to the next event, which is at team relay for the women, and the final event that we have today. So big waves from Mississauga there, from the teams that are competing. And I think I recognised that that uniseat. Natasha, did you say that that was your old club by any chance?
It is. So it is the Dawn Rowing Club of Mississauga in that unisuit. And we've got several people competing from there. Quite a bit of Canadian representation, but also quite a few of my mentors that I've had in the Canadian rowing scene are going to be competing. Louise Susie Fraser, we saw her earlier today. Just an incredible person to be able to row alongside. I've done many an indoor rowing workout with her, and she will always sing along to the music as we're going. So definitely one of my favorite people to work out with. We see Leslie Smith there as well. So she was our winner in the lightweight category earlier today. So quite a few names. Some have already raced today, and they're just here to have fun and finish it off. We've got Janet Bolton, who also raced earlier today under the Hamlin Boat Club. She is the president, and she'll be racing with Delaney Brett Evans and Sandra Martin, both of whom are part of the Canadian rowing scene, both of whom I have worked with very much in the past, and they're definitely here for fun, but they are definitely here to compete as well. So I'll be interested to see how they do throughout this competition. Quite a bit of Canadian representation here, especially from the hometown, but we do also have some international representation, don't we, Colleen?
Yeah, for sure we do. So we have Team Live to Row just around the corner, neighbors from the USA. Representation from Great Britain, the British Army, A and B squads, from Mexico, so Remo, Mexico, as well. In fact, we've got several entrants from Mexico. And then from our virtual competitors, we have Team Finland, we have another group from Egypt, so Navy, Germany, Nordish by Nature is their name. And then another entry from Egypt as well. So it'll be interesting to see if some of these virtual competitors are actually grouped together like the two Egyptian groups. But yeah, really, really exciting, I think, to see so many of the entrants here live and in person. So that's a look at our leaderboard as we prepare for the start of this race. They're now taking their final couple of minutes of warm-up strokes. Although I loved hearing the interview, the International Men of Mystery, that the guy who was willing to jump in, he said he didn't even warm up, did he? So I don't know, maybe there's a secret to that, Natasha. What do you think?
I think there's definitely something to be said for the adrenaline rush. He's already excited thinking about rowing tomorrow and then gets the opportunity to row today. Of course, that's, piqued his interest in his mind. I'm sure just being in the facility as well, and definitely going into tomorrow with a win is going to give him an edge. So I think it's a great sort of demonstration of what adrenaline can do in these types of moments. And sometimes in things like the relay, it's the people who want it the most that are going to succeed in the end. So I think we'll see a lot of ambition here. And as much as we are laughing at some of the celebrations that we see abroad, it really helps add to the atmosphere, doesn't it? When you know that if you win, that confetti is coming down, I think it gives you a little bit more of an incentive, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If you know that confetti's coming, it's like you want to make the confetti happen. So that's certainly true for the Italians. I absolutely love in person when we get to see it. The U23s last summer, many an event where the confetti comes down for the Italian winners. So yeah, we'll look forward to seeing more celebrations to come. Sitting then just for a moment with the Egyptians, and now we're back down on the floor as one of the Canadian crews looks to strap in here. So several different competitors from Canada. Yeah, Dawn Rowing Club that we mentioned, and Natasha, in true Canadian spirit, it's like Dawn Rowing Club. I hear that. I think Canadian Henley. There is another Henley that happens in North America. We love the one overseas. We'll have to chat with Camilla on that when we're back. But yeah, I mean, do some of it for you, Natasha, like Canadian Henley, indoor rowing, like is there any sort of interplay? Do you recognize names that then you might see in the summer months as you look across these boat clubs and athletes?
You absolutely do. And we were talking about the training plan earlier. You're really gearing up towards Canadian Henley in the summer in late August there. And you really start gearing up towards either the National Indoor Championships or luckily this year, because it's in Mississauga, Canada, we have the World Rowing Indoor Championships. So you almost have two sets of big major events that you want to gear up for. And usually the week after, everyone takes that break. So right here, we're going to see them go off the start. And we've got an attention go. And this is the last race of the day. They know that this is the last race, last chance to win a medal at the World Rowing Indoor Championships today. So I really expect these women to start going for it. Colleen, do you want to take us through the leaderboard as it settles?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm so impressed with this start from Mexico. So the roster there, taking a look, because again, we've got a few entrants from Mexico: Quintanar, Ceballos, Garcia, and Rivera up at the top of the field at 50 strokes per minute. And yeah, just well underway. And moving through then the first couple of 100 meters, looks like maybe a little bit of a stall out here for those on the floor. And yeah, we'll get an update in just a moment. I don't know that, I think we may have another false start, but keep me honest, Natasha, if you're seeing something else.
I'm thinking it does look like a false start. It looks like Time Team stopped it with about 1,800 to go. So they'll just get sorted there, which will take another few minutes. But in the meantime, we can talk about what we saw early on. We've got the 50 strokes per minute. So all of these women went out very, very quickly. And once we figure out what is going on down on the floor, we'll know whether or not they're starting again quickly or if we just have to wait for a bit of delay in the equipment. So I think the message has been passed around. We see everyone on the webcams has stopped as well. We've got Time Team down there. So it looks like we are pretty settled. People are just waiting to see what is going on for this last race of the day. We're lucky to have our organizers on the floor. We've got our jury on the floor. So no need to worry because they have it under control and they plan for contingencies like this whenever something goes awry. So I'm sure we'll see these boats line back up first on a race tracker, and then we'll see people slowly start again. But man, the false starts today, that really speaks to the adrenaline, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does speak to the adrenaline. And, these athletes will have to sort of keep that in check as they prepare to start again. The good news is with the relay, well, they've got 3 teammates just alongside of them to kind of have them at their, have their back and have someone to sort of chat with. Looks like, if I've heard correctly, we're looking at least a couple of minutes down on the floor for them to reset. So, those virtual competitors, many of whom are racing in the very early hours of the morning or perhaps the middle of the night. That's a whole different type of adrenaline rush. And then those on the floor just kind of resetting here as we gear up for the last race of the day. So who are we looking at in this competition? Because we've got more fun names. Mexico, Team Finland, Team Live to Row, Nordish by Nature, British Army, Hanlon Boat Club, another entry from Mexico, another one from Egypt, Feisty Firecrackers from Canada, Weekend Warriors. The Canadians are good at naming their teams, especially, as we mentioned, Dawn Rowing Club, Go Get 'em, another Dawn Rowing Club entry. Talked about the Canadian Henley for a minute, Natasha. I don't know if you've ever camped at the Canadian Henley or if anyone who's with us live has done that, but I think the reason these Canadian boat club names are so nostalgic for me is if you have camped, waking up in the morning and hearing the announcement of being called to the dock, it might be Dawn Rowing Club or any of the other Canadian teams, but it's a fun experience. Now, but you're in the area, so probably you haven't camped, right? You would just, well, I don't know. St. Catharines is a bit of away from Toronto. What's your typical Canadian Henley setup?
It is typically it's driving down there all week, and then usually on the last night we camp out there. But it's always a big production, and you get to see everyone. Usually people are at different clubs in the summer than they are in the winter season. So we get that variety in there, and then at the end it's just a big celebration. At the end of the day, we are all rowers. We know what we go through in order to complete 2,000 meters. And I think that shared quality really creates a great community. So hearing all of these names, you tend to know people from these places just because that's what we're here to do. We go to these events, yes, to compete, but also to make friends and find people with common interests, especially people who inspire us, which is why it's so awesome to have all of these different age groups in these events, people that you've rowed with or have seen row with mass amounts of experience that you can learn from. Even looking at our commentator team, we have people with vast amounts of experience, and it's great to learn from them, great to hear from their perspective about what is going on. So I think knowing all those clubs is quite easy. And then when we see them on the webcams with the club names and flags in the background, you almost feel like you have a connection now with that club. So when we see the Triangle Boat Club, let's say with Annalise from the States, when we see it in the future, you have that little bit of a connection. So it's sort of interesting to know individuals from these clubs and just know that it's sort of a safe place in the community.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I love what you said about having sort of a peek into their lives, these sort of like intimate garage settings, right? Living rooms, wherever they might virtually have their indoor setup. And I agree. I'm really enjoying seeing both, their country flag, if they've taken a moment to put that up behind their erg and their webcam, and then also their individual rowing clubs. So it does become kind of a cool thing. And I think in Annalise's interview, either her coach, maybe it was a father, maybe it was just someone related to the team, even popped into the interview. So really got a kick out of that as well, of being able to hear her voice and then get a sense of the energy and the folks that were with her in the room when she was able to put forward that performance. So different ways of doing it. I mean, certainly if you're on site, if you're in Toronto, in this case, in the stadium, there's that energy around you. But then for a lot of our virtual rowers too, right, we've really seen, and even some, we've seen their support group with them, and even some that I thought were perhaps by themselves, and afterward, right, you might see people sort of pop in and high five them. So really, really cool sort of special moments to get an inside look on. For now, though, for those tuning in for the last event of the day, it is the women's relay. So 2,000 meters, 4 participants, each taking on a quarter of the race. We've talked about the transitions being just critically important. The Mike threw just a really good question about, well, how do you think about the foot plate, right? If you've got someone who's, much shorter and someone who's much taller, that's an adjustment. Those are extra seconds that you sort of have to consider. Some will have practiced these transitions and have practiced this type of routine with one another. And then others will be, a substitute in case of an injury, as we saw earlier with the International Men of Mystery just pulled into the event. So all kinds of different scenarios, but really at the end of the day, it's just about putting forward the best possible sprint that you can for that 500-meter stretch that you have. So as we look towards getting back started shortly, we can see people just sort of bouncing around. I mean, Natasha, part of what you need to think about in these delays is staying warm. I don't know what it feels like in the stadium right now, but sometimes they can be quite cold.
They can be, and I can tell you this one in particular is sometimes a little bit cold, which is why they always have the warm-up area so close to where all the action is going on. So you see people doing little squats and stuff, trying to stay warm. Obviously, the stop rowing command has been given, so you don't see people taking a few strokes, but you do see them just moving back and forth. And that's really important. You want to be fully warmed up, especially for a sprint. There's definitely a lot of parts of rowing that technique comes in for injury prevention here. So making sure you stay warm. All of these athletes, I assure you, have a full warm up, full cool down. They've been through it. They know exactly what they should be doing. So the time between doing that full warm up and the time between starting their piece, we might see it reflected in a little bit of a slower time. Some of these women will be seeing low 130 splits, and then some will be in the 140s. So we look to see some pretty quick races, some under the 6.5 minute mark, that kind of thing. So yeah, we'll be looking to see really fast relays here, but in order to do so, we do have some running men in the background doing different dance moves, just trying to stay nice and warm here as they try to figure out what is going on. But luckily, a lot of them have already warmed up, and I'd say you have about 10-20 minutes before you're fully cold again, and you really have to go back to the start, which is what they were worried about with the Versa athletes earlier. So it looks like people are still pretty warm if they get things going here. This is a great overhead view of some teams being able to talk to some of the umpires, and yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm loving the lights that we're seeing, those overhead lights that are creating just sort of a bit more color and atmosphere in the stadium in Toronto. And you can see, same as we're describing in the stadium, you can see happening across the world as athletes are just sort of standing up, moving around, looking at their monitor, I love the dancing. Oh, we appreciate that. Don't know that they know that we all are appreciating that, but we are. We certainly are. And yeah, for flat water rowers, they're being called to their machines now. So it does look like then we'll have a start underway just shortly. But for flat water rowers, this is where, same idea, right? You'd row away from the line, you'd kind of come back, just make sure that the boat keeps moving and that you stay warm. And these participants have done a good job of being flexible and being agile. And we now see our virtual competitors, a couple of them down on the bottom screen, already at position and underway. So officially, unofficially, we've got to start. And we'll just wait a quick moment to confirm that we're officially underway as we look at the leaderboard. This is the team from Mexico. 500 meters per participant, so teams of 4 over that 2,000 meter distance, getting a good scan across the floor. So several competitors from Mexico, as mentioned, which is just fantastic. And now riding with Team Navy from Egypt. And we've seen this across the board, their teammates, right, holding their feet and helping them stay just put, because it is quite hard to get your stroke rate up that high, and not to have sort of that support that you need. So we'll keep an eye on how others sort of translate that. This is Nordisch by Nature from Team Germany. So not to confuse you, they're not a Nordic team. This is a team from Germany in their first stretch.
And I'm hoping they'll show us the transition in here so we can see what these team members are working with. AUC over here, really short strokes. And we've got the Go Get 'em team right now. Or that might be the Swiss Connection team right now. They're going at it. And then we have from Great Britain taking small strokes to keep that that flywheel going so that they can really have a good lead into their race. You can see that acceleration and that determination. Oh, here we've got a transition. Alana's getting on the machine there. And then back at it.
Yeah, so we'll just give you a quick overview here. It looks like at the moment we just don't have our times rolling in, but we'll get a sense of those just as soon as we possibly can. But for now, we're still able to give you just these beautiful graphics, the up close look, the agony on each other's face. In fact, just rolling off the erg in that case to make sure that the transition is smooth. There we go. The next transition from Team Navy in Egypt. And just attacking the front end of the stroke. Fantastic energy, really, really quick. And of course, in these 2,000 meter total, but the 500 meter sprints per person, you'll want to use your stroke rate. You'll want to use every possible advantage that you can think. Oftentimes that can mean sort of somewhat shorter, quicker, faster strokes to keep the wheel spinning as absolutely fast as possible. And so you can see that effort come through and the cheer squads behind them. The women's team relay after a fantastic program throughout the day. We're now back, Natasha, with your club, Dawn Rowing Club.
We are, yep. And I expect them to have practiced these transitions flawlessly. So I hope they show us one here on the arena camera so we can see how it's done. And look at that pure effort coming from Team 7 over here, or on the erg 7. We've got that pink seat once again from this team, and we're looking at really high stroke rates here. Look at that power, especially through the front end of that stroke from this team. We've got another Mexican team over here, and now they're nice and close to each other, so they can see what one another is pulling. They do, however, have an erg in between them, so that they have a little bit of room, and they're more than halfway through the race at this point. So from here, here's a transition, nice and quick, and then they're going to keep on going. How's that?
Yeah, really nice transition from this group. Now we're riding back with Dawn Rowing Club. So well into the second half of this 2,000 meter piece in totality. Just such aggression up at the top. Keep the wheel spinning, spin, 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 get as fast, as much momentum as you possibly can to see how the cards lay out. So riding with Nordisch by Nature now, this combination from Germany, third 500, critical part of the race. Natasha, you talked us through strategy a bit earlier, sort of how you might, as a coach, look to seed these athletes, as it were, in each part of the race. What part, the third 500, what are you thinking about here? What type of athlete makes the most sense?
Type of athlete that makes the most sense is the one who's really going to be mentally strong against the other competitors, who's going to look at the splits of the other competitors, see if they're a few meters ahead or behind, and the only thing going through their mind is go get them, even though there's more of the race to go. So you really want a determined athlete in this position. And I think most of the teams have hit the nail on the head. If you look at the determination in those eyes of all of these athletes as they're heading into their last transition or so, they're really trying to stay strong here. Look at that grimace of hard work right here as well. you can see they're really giving it their all even for this last race of the World Rowing Indoor Championships. That is quite the view, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. I love this view, right? Because it really dials into that transition moment, which we know is just so important. Relay races can be won and lost in the seconds that you frankly lose. Either way, you'll lose time. But the question is, making sure that that's the minimum amount of time possible in those transitions. So the heat is on. We are in the final 500 meters, more or less, for most of these relay groups. It's a 2,000 meter distance. It's 500 meters per athlete. You can see this Team Navy from Egypt just a moment ago, and all of the excitement. They're now still on the graphic on the right side of the screen. We're back with this combination from Great Britain. Just pure agony, then riding back now with this combination from Mexico in their final few, and already Great Britain Team Army, big hugs, and they've made it through the competition. So we'll have results back just as soon as possible for you. But just know that these athletes now in the very, very final stretch, and celebrations abound, Natasha.
Absolutely. That was Leanne just finishing for the Go Get 'Em team. Oh, look at all those hugs. It's really the teamwork that has finally paid off at the end of it. And they're definitely very proud of their scores here. So this is great to see all of these athletes feeling very accomplished. We've got some of these junior rowers finishing it up, and then we've got some teammates really cheering them through, which we love to see. That was a nice finish there. And then we have our Mexican team. We're all heading through the finish right now, so everyone's thinking just get to that finish line. They can see the meters ticking down, and then look at the Go Get 'Em team. What an incredible job by those ladies there. Honestly, kind of inspirational.
It is inspirational, and I'm really happy to see members of the jury smiling too. We love to see that. So there's good vibrations down on the floor there in Toronto when the judges and the jurors are smiling as well. Certainly the athletes are. Those who are finished, it's a look of agony for this this last stretch from Team Mexico. Just big acceleration, and now the handle is down, and big deep breaths. They've made it through. So fantastic way to round out the program for this afternoon. A little bit of a delay up at the start. These athletes handled it just beautifully. High fives, hugs. Oh, I love this moment. I absolutely love this moment. So we'll get a sense if we'll head to Mike or back to the studio. But Natasha, it's a feel-good moment, isn't it?
It really is. And what a way to end the day. We have seen some very intense competition starting at 9 a.m. this morning, the World Rowing Indoor Championships. So it's really been great to see all of the effort, and a lot of the athletes who took part in this relay, they have also raced today. So it's just their fun end to the day, feeling really accomplished with your teammates. And I think we're going to head back to the studio here. Camilla, what did you think of that?
You're right, Colleen, when you said that that's the great moment at the end, right, where you get to see everyone hugging and like saying good job, and same for the teams around them. Really nice, really nice. So that was a win for Team Finland in that women's team relay race. Great from them. And I think we've got I think we're going straight down to the ground in Canada for a chat with one of the teams.
Thank you very much, Camilla. W team, very impressive performance. You're first in person, I believe third overall, but your celebration was quite muted. I was expecting a little more jubilation when you realized you finished first. What was going on?
Oh, me today?
Yeah, just the excitement, what didn't seem there for a first place finish.
We had no idea. I thought we were third.
It said USA, but it didn't say
said the United States.
Well, I think third overall, but you were first in here, so maybe that's why the celebration was a little bit muted.
We're learning all this as we talk. We've never done this before.
Well, how's the experience been like?
It was exciting. I mean, we learned a lot about each other, and we learned a lot about, what we need to be doing as far as to keep the pace going and cheering each other on. It was really great to be a part of the team.
And we can consider your team somewhat of a collection of all-stars because you're not from the same state, you're not from the same facility. So how did the four of you come together?
We trained together with Live to Row. And so we train together every day virtually, but this is the first time all four of us have literally been in the same place at the same time ever. So it was awesome.
So I think the key with the women, the winning team and the men, winning team and the women, teamwork is kind of overrated. You just show up and you get it done, and you finish near the top of the leader.
And put them all together, yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Congratulations. I think it's party time for W Team Saturday night. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Party time for Team Live to Row. Great to hear from Mike and that team there that came third overall. Some great stuff, and amazing that they'd never been in the same place at the same time, and great success for them in this final event of the day. So there is the results board for the relay for the women. Team Finland at the top, Nordish by Nature in second, silver medal position for them from Germany, and Team Live to Row, who we just heard from there live with Mike in Mississauga, picking up a bronze medal, and going all the way down there. So a couple of the Mexican teams, a few of the Canadian teams there filling up the leaderboard in that final race of day one of the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships. Well, it's almost time to say goodbye, and it's been a great day, and we've had lots of unexpected things thrown at us with the timetable, lots of unexpected things thrown at our Versa challengers and competitors, but it's all for the fun of international competition. It's been an awesome day. I've been Camilla Hadland-Horrocks. I've been joined here by Colleen Saville and Natasha Kozak, who have been amazing at bringing us all of the action, both in Canada and all around the world. And we will be seeing a bit of action from the for the last time team in Canada.
Thank you very much, Camilla. It was a fantastic first day to the World Rowing Indoor Championships. The crowd and the athletes maintained their excitement and maintained, and speaking of the athletes, their great performances even through the delays and the unforeseen circumstances that we faced today. So we have another great day of competition coming up here on the floor in Mississauga at the Paramount Center for tomorrow. From in Mississauga, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Mike. Great to hear you've had a great day in Mississauga. We've had a great day here as well in the virtual studio. So I've said thank you from myself, from Colleen, Natasha. You'll be able to join us again for day 2 of racing. We'll see those 2-kilometre races that we described earlier on. We've also got the final rounds of the Versa Challenge. But for now, we're going to say goodbye to everyone tuning in all around the world. And please do join us again tomorrow at local time, 8:30 a.m. in Central European time. That's around about 2:30 p.m. It's been great to see you, and we're going to wrap up with some highlights of the day. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Look at the way they're moving. What a fantastic race. What a finish.